Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. We were in, boys. Back in the run. We still got, I think, 4 volcanoes to tame, but they're like solo volcanoes, so it's not going to be that bad. But we're going to be trying to spend resources to tame other stuff. We're going to be hopefully getting the remote work set up today. And probably work out a little bit of some of the other areas, like ranching. Hey man, the medical insurance is big though, I feel like. I see Hermione. Oh, I didn't take my vitamins. I gotta do that right now. Let me get this rolling first. Alright, we vacuumed the room here safely. And we didn't leave anything inside. Battery, checkpoint, and then security door. Oh, this one. Disable auto repair, disable auto repair, disable auto repair. It still shows that it's overheating. That's tough. Yep, so this gold volcano has been erupting. So this pocket of water, I guess there was a pocket of water here, has erupted. It's about 140-ish. It's not too bad. There's just a lot of heat trapped in the oil biome now. 140-ish. Breaking into that's going to be fun. We was working on a new area here to feed CO2 to the bees. So I want to say we are trying to get that set up. This is going to be cooling this steam vent. It's going to be 500 Celsius, which is why I want to have a dedicated aqua tuner on that. I don't think we would use that for anything else. If we do, it would be like over here. Extend it out. So we're going to have to add some sort of liquid in here. Thing is, though, is that the ethanol here is hot, so that's going to be fun. Unplug this. And then we want to just pump up this room of gas. Should be fast. Okay, this room. We got the ugly gas, sour. A little bit of water there. Okay, so we will likely have to cool down the ethanol. Otherwise, the CO2 is going to bop this. Alright, so that means we're going to do a weird setup. We're going to put tiles here and probably tiles here. And then we're going to replace this lock of tiles. Now, the inside's already vacuumed, so it's not going to be too bad for me to replace this tile, I think. And after we replace that, we're going to replace these tiles. And then we could remove this and then start melting ice here. The logic's going to be simple. We're going to chill down the ethanol manually with ice. Then we could always just mop it up. We might even move the brine into here. Probably not, though. Critter starvation. These guys are chill. Everything is pretty good. Lots of Rexes. We might have to do a critter relocation inside. Just because there's a lot of Rexes there. Move a Rex from here to here and he'll just eat all the Floxes. We could actually do that. The metal. Oh no, bro. The igneous rock right here is solidified. Oh no, bro. Alright, when the magma spills on top of it, it should remelt it. Yeah, same thing happened there. It should be fine. Once it erupts, it should remelt. Just from having the magma spill on top of it. This is fine. There's no magma in there. Or not enough. Okay, not too bad. Zarek still does not have his tombstone yet, sadly. One of these days we will. How do we get more water in here? Oh, we built the tiles because I wanted to make a tunnel here. That's right. We got to do the sketchy tunnel to run the wires through and a little bit of natty gas. Yeah. Okay, we could do that soon. The batteries are all right. I might want to put the mid platform here just so that we don't get bopped by the water falling in or the batteries falling in at the bottom. I do feel like I should try to do that. I'm also thinking about adding more salt water here just to use it up. We have like 2 tanks. This is fine, looking good. Everything is looking pretty all right. We're going to be getting the plug slugs fed soon. That way we could start eating some metal. And then I need to deal with... Yeah, this needs to be emptied. We need to finally get the CO2 dump ready. That's basically this. Okay, this got done. Let's go. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in. Yeah, we got to use the slugs. That's the only thing that eats the metal. Like, if we go to the metal, the only thing that actively consumes it would be the slugs. The other thing would be making the blast shots, maybe. But then that's still not every metal type. That is only specific metals that you could make blast shots with. To defend from the meteor showers, right? Like, we might do that after doing a little bit of the slug stuff. But yeah, that stuff is a mission. That stuff is a mission, man. Alright, so I gotta take my vitamins. Y'all know what it is. We're gonna let him do a little bit of work. We're cleaning up the bad gases here. We're going to be removing some of the waters. This is already filled up. Jobbles are hanging out. This is running. Everything's looking pretty good. Have metal radiant pipes broken and infinitely repair? Run a meta refinery. Boiling 90 Celsius water so it becomes steam every time and constantly repair. Dude, that's so jank. That would work though, but that's so jank, man. We're still cleaning up the gases here. How come this is not running? Oh, the pressure is too low. Wow. We actually got down to low pressure. Alright, we do have a little bit of trapped gas there. So that means they want me to mop this up. Just a little bit. We want to remove some of the trapped gas bubbles. That way CO2 fills it up. I'm also thinking that means I gotta do this. We gotta let all the gases float and leave. Let's dig that tile. And then all the gas is gonna spill out. Spill into here, that's fine. Max repair. I don't know if repair gives you attributes. That should be strength though. Actually, I'm not sure. That could be building. Alright, so the gases should be free to leave now, as we should be able to have CO2 just float down to the bottom. Because you have a big cloud right there, right? Either way, we got to remove a lot of the gases from down here. 5-6 kgs of natty gas per tile, dude. That's a lot. Oh yeah, we had this we were working on. We got to do the chlorine pump and pump out to feed the megafrons, and then we get the hot polluted oxygen that we got to get sand for. Okay. Should be good. All right, let's let everything rock for a second. Look at that nice kitchen with the arcade inside. We got the new tables, dude. The Camino tables. Dude, they got to give us different color checkerboard patterns right here, so I can like mix and match. All right, vitamin time. Gotta take my vitamin D fish oil. My Metamucil feels bad. Old man vibes. I'm in. Let's go, let's go. Dude, they're playing ball pit, dude. Kind of. Alright, do a little bit of sweeping. Some of the water here is hot, that's expected. I should move the water pipe so that most of it is inside the insulated tile. That would make a lot more sense, realistically. And then we bridge it on there. Alright, door is locked. I don't want my dupes getting inside. We will do the lazy thing. And do it right there. I'm also mad about this. One of my dupes breathed out CO2, dude. God damn it. I'm not sure how I actually solve this. How do I solve this? Do I move in like a slickster or something? Maybe that is the play. Alright, we're gonna unplug that. We're gonna move one of our little slickster babies. And then they should just eat up the CO2. I can't build on this area. You can't build on the geyser. I would have to remove the pump, I guess. But if it gets stuck over here, it's kind of just screwed. I have to pray for the slickster baby. The ladder tile, yeah. Have to get lucky with that. Alright, pumpage is looking pretty good. And yeah, a little bit of ethanol spilled, expected. Let's mop this up. Remove these tiles. Okay, so we do want to fill this up. And we got to get a liquid inside. This actually, believe it or not, should be ethanol. I want to say this is built. Wait. I want to say this should be single pass. Should be single pass. Ethanol. $246, so it is better. Yeah, we'll just do the ethanol inside. We probably don't need to run a shutoff setup. We could though, but I'm thinking that if chlorine single pass comes out at 26, right? And we just have a box here, and that other box is going to be larger. We should be more than good. Carbon dioxide. It's not reactive, but we are able to deal. Oh, the heat capacity though is 0.84. Chlorine is 0.48, so it's double. I want to say we should be fine though. Come on, little slug. We're gonna move them into, I guess not in there yet. We will move you into your own room. Oh, with the with the mamillets, sure. This guy's not cramped. It looks fine. Oh, he got it, boys. The champ is here. He ate the CO2 immediately. Let's go. Let's move him back. That little guy did his job, dude, like a little Roomba. Immediately got the CO2 bubble. What a champ. Alright, so we really need to deal with the stuff right here. I think I will want this and then that. And then we're going to want a vent line here. We're going to want all that. And then we got to start chilling the ethanol there. So we're going to take our brine ice. What is the easiest way to deal with that? I'm thinking we could do multiple temp shift plates going across. Maybe. And then have the contact there. Yeah, we'll see. Let's do 2 for now. Building entombment. Yeah, it's a checkpoint. We can't really do anything with that until later. Okay, so do I put in a shut-off setup? That's basically changing up the pipes right there. Well, these 3 pipes. Which I guess wouldn't be bad. It guarantees that we have a decent setup. At the same time, though, I'm thinking we could just over-chill it. Like, if we're gonna do carbon dioxide chill box to feed the bees, we just need it to be negative. It liquefies at 48, so we could easily hit like a 28 degrees negative. Right? Maybe even like 30-ish. Because the ethanol is never gonna get too cold. Because even if we run the radiant pipes, it's gonna chill it to the right temp. Because the amount of ethanol. Yeah, we should be fine. Famous last words. Famous last word. We're gonna be fine. Alright, so we're gonna be putting ice temp shift plates, building the setup. We're gonna be putting the bottled ethanol in there. And the reasoning is so that we could do insulated tiles here. And not have to worry about the debris falling inside. A little bit of a minor sweepage. No, we're not going to have a liquid res because this is going to be all liquid. So we wouldn't need the reservoir. The radiant pipe is going to be the medium that runs over it. So it's never going to spike up or down. Is this gonna re-solidify? It was another great day of freezing the bees. Hey man. Nice melt. Okay. So this is at minus 15, minus 16. I'm actually gonna try to put a cobalt tile here. And put a cobalt tile here as well. Because it's reactive. And then we're gonna remove that insulated tile. Because it's vacuum both sides. And hopefully this helps us cool down the temperature of the ethanol faster. And then we'll just add more brine until we get the right temperature. I feel like that should work. And then we're going to start dumping ethanol on this side. Auto bottle, copy paste. Let's bump this to a 7. Okay. This is good. This is saying not enough steam. The power is not getting dumped anywhere. Yeah, that's fine. And then the water inside is at 47, so 2 tiles, 20 something each. That's fine. You're not going to need too much inside this type of box. And then the big thing is going to be breaking into here. Because we're just going to grab a bee and bring them inside. That's got to be the play. I want to fill this up first because it's going to be hot. And then I want to seal it off before we allow any shenanigans. Alright, let's let it work. Nah, man, the bees want to be cold. The bees want to be cold. Dude, 50-degree ethanol, dude. That's so hot. Okay, so technically that combines. There are no power in this area yet. Okay, that should be the next thing we look at. Getting power here. We do have this from the volcano, but it's not active, and we don't have the tower that we would want. The power tower. It would have to be here. This is like the only spot that I could see that happening. Or we move the tower to this side, which also makes a lot of sense. Because I do technically want to go through this insulated area and just connect the zones. There's just a lot of water here we gotta take care of. So this is pea water. We got the angry crabs. Let's move the egg. Pea water dumpage. This is dormant for another 6 cycles. Water here for a while, and then we have water here for a while as well. We're just getting no water into the thimbleweeds right now, which kind of sucks. Maybe, I mean, technically this is where the majority of the consumption is happening. Give it its own set of reservoirs. We could technically move this side set of reservoirs into here. Or down here. And then that way we could have the water split evenly. Not have that pipeline. I'm considering that, man. Just because it's like, this is getting water, but that's not. A little bit uneven. Saltwater is fine. This is dormant for 28 cycles. Wow. This is gonna get warm eventually. It's not enough cooling. We might have to do this one next. Above all else, though, we got to get our Seal 2 chiller inside. Oh, look at that. It's 26 degrees. It's already pretty chill. We ideally want this to be negative so that the heat transfer from the gas inside makes it a little bit better. We do get to add more hot ethanol. That being said, how much ethanol do we have? I don't think I have enough. Dude, 200 kgs? Oh, it's coming in from the res. Yeah. We gotta make more. We have nowhere close to enough. Ethanol distiller. We're just gonna put this in. We got nothing we could really do about that. We just gotta do it. Alright, we're able to pump again. Natty gas is coming up. A little bit of slippage. No, we are using CO2 inside for the bees. We don't want the other gases inside. Get in the bottles of ethanol. Yeah, we're gonna run out soon. The abyssalite. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, so the water's chill. So now I need to kind of remove the water. Because it's already evened out. I guess this means we could remove the ladders. And then we need to somehow pump this out, I guess. And then refreeze it. This is salt water, and that's brine. And then this is salt water. I mean, bottle filler then. Run the insulated pipe. Get a pump. And then we'll just run a power switch. Keep it simple. Alright, let him build that. This is not plugged in. Bump this up to a 7. We need to make ethanol. Because we have nowhere close to enough. We have a lot of wood, so it's not a big deal. And then I guess we're going to continue this tower. Gonna go to buildings. And then there's a lot of water here we got to start removing. There's a Draco egg. That's suspicious. This water pump area is kind of suspicious, man. Not gonna lie. Alright, so we're gonna go with igneous here. We're gonna build that. We could diagonal this. Why not? And then we're gonna get a tunnel here to run the heavy watt wire through to power and consume the stuff from here. And then we could take that same heavy watt wire and bring it down to here and connect it. And then also power this. Isn't it gonna drown as soon as it hatches? Oh yeah, it is. Feels bad. Save the babies. We will save the free ethanol. No more CO2 by the suits. I don't know about that, man. It's right there. This one is kind of clean though. I see a ball. Did you save the boot last time? I did. So we have 3 boops. We have Sarah, we have Bionicle, and then we have Zarek 2.0. Alright, that should be good. We should be able to do these now. And then we're going to dig diagonally in. Alright, I do want to do this. Oh yeah, Sakutera. Sakutera, if you're out there, man. You did redeem the dupe redemption. I'm not sure if there was a dupe that you wanted. Let me know, let me know. Water's gonna spill out. I think it's fine. It's cold water. What is happening there? There's something happening on this tile. It looks a little suspicious. All right. So we want to pump up this water so that we could melt ice and bring down the temperature even lower. That's basically what we're trying to do right now. And then we got to move the water out because it's too low to pump mop up. Okay, let's pop this. Let's get these in. We could dig that now. Dig that now. Move this out. So this is going to be warm, but this is going to be cool. So hopefully that helps it out a little bit. Also, this area we could dig through no problem now. There's hydrogen up here that doesn't really do anything either. We're probably going to have like a wall here. And shrink the water pool a little bit. The worst water pitcher pump of all time. Whoa! We got a molten baby randomly. Look at this little guy. He's red instead of purple. Okay, we gotta build. It's coming together. How is the ethanol? It's being made. Let's go. Dude, it's so low. 5, 6, 7 kilograms. Let's get a second one. Just because it's not going to be enough for us to keep up. Because we got to fill up this entire area, man. That's going to be a mission. Let's continue pumping the water and we'll melt more ice. Yep, single bottle at a time. Feels bad, feels bad. Okay, so that means we'll get another ice temp shift plate here. We'll put it up there. This is going to be a CO2 chiller so that we could get all of our CO2 and chill it. And the logic with chilling the CO2 is we're going to make it negative temperature so that we could feed it to the bees. That way, we could have the bees eat the CO2 kind of like this. Because when the bees are in the CO2, they're consuming 100 grams per second. They don't make anything, right? So that means we don't have to worry about resource management at that point. And that's kind of like the logic. We're trying to have something consume the CO2 we make from the geysers. This one. Right? Because that's part of the challenge. We have to tame the geyser and use it somehow. And I feel like that's the easiest way to do it. Because this is a negative degrees liquid CO2. And then we also have CO2 from a lot of other stuff. Our natty gas gens constantly running, generating hot CO2. Our smokers, same thing. Smokers are a lot of CO2. So we just want a way to be able to consume the resource. That way we don't have to deal with CO2, and then anything we pump up just gets cleaned up. But yeah, that's effectively what it is right now. We're just trying to clean up some of the gases and geyser resource. We're going to connect the chlorine to here soon. This gas line is going to be to the chlorine line. That's right here. This is about done. We just got to move out some of the bad gas. And it's likely going to go through from here to here. And then we're going to go out. So then we're going to have some areas to kind of clean up. I wouldn't mind doing that right now, actually. But yeah, we're going to have to start digging, cleaning up some map stuff once we get that boxed up. And then we're going to have to get sand for this. I also do want to try out the strat. I want to see if this works. So we'll just do the simple one. Oh, I'm gonna need a transformer for this. So that. What is the igneous collection tile? So that is all the igneous from the triple volcano right here. Now we are only going to be condensing the initial bit of igneous. I don't think we really need the power, right? That's the big thing. I don't think we need the power. So as a result, what we're trying to do is we have a steel chute. So what we're trying to do is effectively take all the igneous, and then we are going to try to have it make sand. Now the thing is that I think if we do this properly, we're going to be able to sweep out the hot igneous, crush it into sand, and the sand should fall on the ground at room temperature. That's the logic. That's the logic. Dormant for 15. Idle, active. Okay. Dormant for 22. Okay. Yeah, no, it wasn't gonna bust. What happened was that I didn't have a tile here and the magma spilled in. And it filled up 2 tiles. It is my fault, man. It was my fault. Alright, let's get the AQs from running. Temperature of the rooms, 28. Kind of okay. Let's have that run. Have this get power. Oh, we need to also power the auto sweeper. Okay, so this is getting to 13. This is at 12. That's not bad. So we're gonna power this again. Pump out all the waters. Autosave lag. By the way, you can't make a CO2 rocket-based auto miner. You end up missing 1 space in rocket height. Oof. Feels bad, man. That's tough. Missing out exactly 1 tile space. It's like they knew. Did they know? Maybe they did. But yeah, when you see something like that, man, that's very unfortunate. Alright, we're just gonna be doing this diagonally digging so that we don't break anything here. To try to seal everything up. That's gonna be the goal. We don't want any of the CO2 leaking out. We want to try to do this as safely as we can. This is also running amok. We gotta get this fixed soon. Oh yeah, so this was gonna feed into the CO2 feeder down there, which is what we were waiting for the plastic. Grab the peats. Yep, that's gonna be fun. We're effectively just kind of waiting on that right now. Everything else is kind of ready. Okay, so this could be tested now. Lock the doors. Power. Okay, we can test this now. So we want to do igneous descent. 1 job. It's gonna sweep. 23 degrees rock crusher. And then it's 1402. Right? So we could open this, and then someone's gonna do the job. What we're looking for is the temperature of the sand after it crushes. It should reset from 45. I mean, from 1400, as you can see, it's super hot. We're gonna see if we could literally crush the heat. Why am I doing this? I kind of want the sand. Oh no, it bypasses. No, the build is dead. The build is dead. It doesn't work, boys. Alright, that means I kind of have to just do the hatch strat instead. Yeah. That means we really can't do anything about it. That's fine, that's fine. So the other strat that we would do at this point is effectively just dump in the stone hatch eggs. Yeah. It's already a vacuum inside. So we just dump in stone hatch eggs, and then every time they evolve, we just sweep out the meat so it doesn't rot. And then we let the hatches just eat all the igneous inside. We have to sweep out the obsidian though, and all that good stuff. But that would effectively be what we would do. No. The thing with that is there's no real way for us to scale up the wild stone hatches. Right? There's no real way for you to scale that up when it comes down to it. Right? The problem with the hatches ends up being that because There's no way of getting them wild. What we would need to do is effectively just run a lot of tame hatches inside and let them feed. Now, the upside is that they won't die because they're going to have food, but they're going to be miserable because it's going to be confined space. That's the thing with that. Now, we could also just have it open by removing these two tiles. And then let the hatches chill with unlimited space. We could pull that out with the sweeper. The meat, anything that they make, eggshells from when the eggs hatch, we could just sweep it out. There's no real issue with that, realistically. So I think I will do this thing where I remove these two tiles, lock this door so dupes don't have a way to path inside, and then we sweep everything out corner style. Like put a tile there, remove this tile, and then boop. I don't think we need to use the coal for anything, realistically. We could burn it, but we're not gonna do that. We already have like 1,000,000 tons of coal. We have 442 just from this guy chilling. I guess we could refine it to make diamonds. We could eventually do that because we do have a lot of bees. We could use the uranium, make diamonds, diamond press. And then as a result, oh no, bro. We need to seal this up ASAP. Oh no, bro. This area is warming up. Oh no, bro. This is not good. The bees are gonna break out. No. They just picked up some uranium. Dude, seal it up, man. What are you guys doing? I made a mistake. Oh, man. Oh, there was a water tile. That's all that was. It's producing more carbon. These guys have glitched. Nope, they're just sleeping. Good stuff, Zarek. He's working hard. This guy was clapping his hands. Alright, let him work, let him work. This is at 12. We want to chill this still. 13 degrees. Just got to keep pumping up the waters. But yeah. Oh, you know what we could probably do? Yeah, we do make diamonds. And then that way we would never run out of food for the hatches. I mean, we are already too much food for the hatches. What am I talking about? Another Pokeshell egg? We need to make sure they're not aggro. Need to make sure all the gas dumps are being maintained. You feed hatches diamonds? No, you do diamonds at the ancient specimen. And then you get fossil. Then that means you get free lime to make whatever you want with that steel. And then you crush the fossil, you get sedimentary rock. Right? So the fossil gives you 95 sedimentary and only 5 of it becomes lime. This becomes hatch food. You feed them hatches. And then you get coal. The coal you make into refined carbon. And then you use it at the diamond press. and then you get diamond. Is it net positive? What is the number here? So 100 kgs. It's 1-to-1. Oh no, it's 125 to 100. So you lose, it's 5-to-4. And then hatches will give you 70 per 140. It is not positive. But that's fine for my situation. I kind of want it to be negative. It is not positive. It is not positive. Which is kind of why I'm thinking I'm not even going to do that. Because it's like, I don't need to consume the coal. I might as well just burn it on a generator. But yeah, it's not going to be positive. It's just something to kind of refine and get different resources in the steps. I see over there the tail. Talak. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, all the water is getting done. More brine ice temp shift plates. We're going to cool down the ethanol close to 0 as we can. Okay, so the bees are passed out. It's 2 tiles on either side. Alright, we kind of have to just work on that like that. Not net positive. But it's just like, that would be really strong if it was. I mean, technically, you are paying the price with the uranium. You could argue. The uranium that you spend on that should make it somewhat break even. Please, someone do the job. The CO2 that the bees are huffing is getting out. There we go. Sarah coming in. The 2 bionic dupes doing the work, man. So ironic. I gotta build that, and then we build the last 2. Let's go, Cyberdyne. He builds so much faster. Alright, so this area now we can connect with a heavy watt line from the sun. And then we're going to pull that across so that we could have it in this area. I am considering whether or not we should run this aqua tuner line a little bit more. Like, it is trying to cool down. Oh, no, it's running pretty often. These 3, and while it's active, it's getting kind of hot inside at 200. We have a lot of igneous to go through. Oh, the O2. Too much O2. Too much oxygen is being included, boys. This is not good. I mean, it's fine, I guess. We'll let that be. We're gonna do vacancy only. Yep, vacancy only so that this and that doesn't conflict with each other. Alright, so now that we could have this area be somewhat okay, we know that this is going to be where we're going to run our heavy watt. So we probably want to run it up top. I feel like that makes more sense. And then how are we on this side? It melted, right? 4 degrees. That's pretty good. What does brine melt at? 22. Becomes liquid at -16. That's pretty good. Let's actually try to get even colder liquids. We will take the figs. No, we'll take the dirt. We have too much food. Alright, building out the wires. Pretty good. Oh, this was supposed to be a seal, huh? Okay. We could do this tile. Bop these two. Technically, I wanted this to be polluted oxygen pressured. Now that I think about it, we shouldn't have this connected. We should have it like that. Because what's the point of the liquid lock then? Not the polluted oxygen sneaking out. Alright, let's try to get that done. We'll clean up the inside. Nice. So now that's sealed. Pressurized too at 3.4. Alright, so now we have a heavy watt connection that connects to the battery down here. That way we could start using this power for anything we want over on this side. Free power off of this. I believe this is we're redoing a little bit of the power line here. And then this is going to be the feed in. And then this is going to be for any water we get. Because it's going to be steam, right? Then the only thing is, how do we keep this cold? Because the problem is going to be that it's going to eventually get hot. The water is not going to condense from the steam. We're going to want an AQ line. Probably this is not going to be enough. This is also pretty hot, the oil. So maybe an AQ line of some sort. The magma is doing good again. Let's go. That means we do want to do this. Stop running the wheel. Let the AQs run. It is getting kind of hot. Run one of these AQ lines up top to there. Dude, I might just have to put a separate steam turbine aqua tuner to cool this down. I think I do. Put it like right here. Just to cool down the room. Very excessive, but I feel like it should be worth. This is going to be for the gas pump to pump out the natty gas that we're going to run through here. Let's actually get that built as well. Because we're going to have to run the natty gas in at some point. Alright, speed this up. Still not enough, huh? Okay. Rhine ice. And then we are going to unplug this. It's going to take some time to fill this up. Our ethanol distillers are taking some time. Alright, so we're waiting. What can we do here then? It's really just getting the hatch ranch started and moving out some of the other stuff that we want to move out. It's unfortunate that we have sand right there. Let's see if we actually break anything. Moving out the 1400 degree sand through the liquid lock. And then having it fall down into there. We should be cool. This side is steam now. Nice. So we get free power. Just need the... Yeah, it's cooling down. The right side one is 25 before it gets back here at 34. 30 and 19. So what is that? 11-ish. So it's within that 14C range. So it's good. Insulated pipes. Not bad. Alright, I guess we could work on the build on this side. Okay, so this is just going to be hot oil. We're probably just going to want to break this open now. Having this push-up would be a lot better than having this here. It would just be more like in line. I just don't want the Abyss Lion one thing to be a thing. Because I kind of want to keep this B area if I can. Gotta find a new game to play. Star Rupture needs some balance changes. Last year production requires 70 resources just for one material. Damn. It's like they're trying to go for a Guinness record. Goddamn. You know what would be funny? If the last item costs 69 resources. Haha. I hope that's not the mindset, man, behind why that's like that. It'd be funny, man. This costed 69. Alright, so it looks like the heat is beating out the coolness. A little bit unfortunate. I think what we do eventually do, though, is potentially put some, like, Wheezeworts here. And then it would just manage the temperature. Help it out a little bit. I'm also thinking we could put the, couple transformers here for a little bit better power distribution. The big thing, though, is getting this line with this room connected to here. It's a little unfortunate, though, it's on this side. I kind of would want it on this side if possible. You know, if I could break in, I think I should try. We could break in and try to put it on this side. It might be easiest to do it up top right here. So if we put the line here, so to speak, and run a power line up so that we could run it up this way and connect and tap it into this battery, I feel like that'd be pretty good. Another thing we could also try to do is, man, they're going to run through there a lot too. That's the worst part. It's going to be ugly. I mean, you can't really do anything about that. Suit travel. This feels like a really good spot for a battery tower. Yeah, we'll do it. So let's delete the salt. We're going to replace some tiles there. -3. Negative temp is basically the goal. So I think if we got that, we're fine. We should be fine. And then we're going to steal one of these bees and pull them in here. Soon, boys, soon. Oh, if we connect that line, we could run the transformers on this side. Oh, that's a lot better. Yeah, okay. So we do want to do some jank setup. Here, here. And then we do the plate decon, we get a vacuum. And then we just have the watt plate pull out. And then since it's the vacuum down below, there's no heat transfer. Should be good. Phil's Bad Hunter, what you gonna play now, dude? Is it really just factory games that you're looking at right now? Let's clean this up right there, too. Looking at anything else, man? Don't know yet. I don't think we're gonna want this here. All the gases are removed. Not just factory games, though. Gotcha, gotcha. Everything looks pretty good so far. This is active again. Getting the P waters. We got to fix that. And then I probably want to fix this one next. Part of me is also thinking I might want to get an aqua tuner steam turbine right here and just have it powered. Or maybe run it off of here. Ooh, that's such a good idea. Take this aqua tuner and connect it to the spawn so we no longer need to have I mean, that means I don't have anything to do with cool slush geyser then, because it's not going to be active. That's a little unfortunate. Might need to take a break, air my head a little bit from all the Star Rupture designs. Ooh, that's fair. All the belts, all the factories, all of the time. Gotta take a break from that sometimes. Oh, is he gonna do it? No steam, baby. Damn, look at that. It's rapidly cooling. Everything around it is barely heating up. It's heating up, but it's barely. The brine went from like 55 to 60. That's not too bad. Alright, we cleaned up the side. We got to do a little bit of the resource digging. Tomorrow, is that when new season starts? What's going on, cutie? New PoE 1 season. Did you get the teaser release yet? Or the announcement of the announcement? You know how PoE is with that, man. Let me give you an announcement of the announcement. It's not a full league, yo, man. They gotta get more people working on the game. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It's just an event. The real league is in March. Wait, that's when we're supposed to get the new league for PoE 2. Did you hear about Exile Convention? That's gonna be in New Zealand this December in like 11 months. There's a lot of people speculating it's gonna be when they're gonna do the 1.0 release. I don't know how much of that is true, but that's what I hear a lot of people are saying. This would technically work. Single drop lock. Hopefully that's fine. Isn't it yearly? I'm not actually sure. I've never been to the or seen any videos on the convention. Well, we're gonna put the oil there once it's ready. Some people are speculating that's when they're gonna release 1.0. Yo, man, we're so far away from 1.0. I was looking at skills yesterday to try to make a build around, and I couldn't figure anything out. I feel like there's not enough skills and interactions with said skills to make it fun. The infinite poison build I was playing was really nice. I was really enjoying that build though. Yeah, the skills are limited, man. You can't really do too much. It feels like anytime there is a cool interaction, it gets nerfed. Can't use lightning rod with orb of storms. Well, that's because it's not a spell. I wanted like to make a weird build setup where you, well, yeah, you could do a lot of stuff in 0.1 though. The armor explosion was so good, and it made the warrior class viable, and they completely bopped it. I was so sad about that, man. It was across classes. I just feel like the warriors got the worst end of 0.1. They went from being, oh man, armor explosion, big explosion, very cool, to now it's like, man, what's happening, man? What's happening here? Still adding in the ethanol. All right, got the vacuum. This is not going to be end of the world if this breaks. And we're going to click on the tile so we don't deconstruct anything behind it. And then since it's going to be these two, we could stand here and build out the setup. And then it's going to be that. Igneous. We got the vacuum still. Not gonna lie, man. I was looking to try to do a hybrid attack caster. There's like a couple weapons that allow you to do that well. It's just, man. Oh, that door is overheating now. Okay, that's fine. You can't do any hybrid like that. Hybrid melee / spellcasters. So sad. I wanted to try to make a basically a Mjolnir arc build because they nerfed lightning warp. Oh, I'm so sad they nerfed lightning warp, dude. That was so good. Playing the melee lightning warp titan. I'm hoping they don't nerf the poison ritualist that I'm playing. That did work pretty well. All right. Wait, is there anything here? I gotta sweep. Unreachable move. There we go. All right, pulling that wire and then we could run it through here to connect to the battery is nice. We could have a separate battery tower on this side that I don't mind. All right, what's my load on this? 12,000 out of 20. This is 2,000. So we're at 15,000. That's not bad. That's not bad. And we could remove a couple of these transformers because some of them aren't even consuming power. We might actually want to pull out some of the hot resources and chill it. You crushing the power yet? Not yet. We found out that if you run the rock crusher in a vacuum and sweep out hot igneous, the temperature goes through the rock crusher into the sand. So one of the ideas we had is now no longer feasible. Feels bad, man. I see you over there, the Slayer. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one, dude. Hope the Wednesdays are going great. Alright, item got moved out. Let's build this, reseal, before we break the vacuum. And then we're going to connect the heavy watt wire. And I kind of want to do that. I feel like it'd be so much better. I don't want to trim this. Maybe we do, though. Good as usual, digging out from a snowstorm, prepping for another this weekend. Oh, man, you're getting hit by the storm? Dude, be safe out there, man. I've never had to deal with a blizzard living, you know, as a Cali native. So when you hear about people opening their doors and it's a sheet of snow, you know, me being claustrophobic, I'm just kind of like, yeah, man, that is not the business. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I don't know if I want to be doing that. You get used to it being Canadian, I see. Got another 25 centimeters, prepping for another 30. Man. That's tough stuff, man. Do you shovel snow or do you get a flamethrower, dude? Hey, man, if I was Canadian and I had to deal with that, I'd invest in the flamethrower. What's going on, DZ Psyche? Welcome in. I see you over there, man. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. You get a snowblower. That's a good in-between, man. Flamethrower and snow shoveler. That's a good in-between. That's fair, that's fair. Did you figure out the problem you were running into, Psyche? Hopefully the problem is fixed and you're not having any issues. If you don't know Cutie, you guys, this guy is a snowboarder, skier. They participate in the Winter Olympics. No, they don't, but you know what? It's a good story. Haven't had good snow in 2 weeks. Cutie's favorite snowboarding move, skiing move is the double daffy. Maybe jumping off and doing the leg kicks like they're playing football. The classic stuff. Not yet. Haven't played that much, and I need to do other things first. I see you, I see you. That's fair, that's fair. Can't be mad at that, man. Right, so we're gonna connect that heavy watt line. Haven't had I've had 30 centimeters of powder days in December, which is pretty rare. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. It feels like the year is shifted over a month. It feels like January is not as cold as December. I feel like, man, I feel like that shouldn't be the case. You usually get it in February, March? Oh, I see. Unreachable food. Oh. We'll allow you through. You probably snuck in from that side, which means we have a suit open. February has been usually the coldest. Minus 40 days, mid-February. Man, we don't get that at all, man. February, it's warm. Spring is here. Type of situation. The trees are already in like full bloom. So much pollen. The snowiest months in Colorado are the ones in February. Oh, wow. Good zoom time. Thank you, Abductor. I see you over there. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, so this is connected now. We technically don't need these batteries because this is on the other line. I see it until mid-May, dude, man. That's when it's hot. I mean, it's not hot, but it's like it's warm at that time. All right, so the power line's connected. I kind of want to get another battery tower. We'll probably have to move it over to this side, which is fair. We just got to get rid of the water. And then now that we have this wire connected to this, we could run transformers now on this side to connect to the bottom here to power this setup. That's probably what we do. Let's get rid of the jumbos, even though they have power. Probably don't need the transformer or the wheel. Should be fine. And then I should be okay to remove this power line as well. I guess we also remove these. Alright, this ethanol is almost boiling. We're gonna cool it down soon. Alright, there's a lot of random gas we need to let settle. The polluted water right here does not help. Oh, it's the pea dirt off-gassing that's popping us. Oh. Yeah, we probably want to just let the gas flow down so that it's a little bit more steady. And then we can pump it up because there's not going to be anything off-gassing down here. Alright, so this water geyser, I forgot what we were going to do with this. What was we going to do with hot water? What do you do with hot water in this game if you're not making a spawn? Carbon dioxide skimmer. We will have a lot of CO2, I guess. And the bees could just have everything extra. Pretty slush. Oil. We could do oil. It's just that what am I going to do with the oil? I'm thinking we could do pinch of pepper nuts. $35 kgs per cycle. How much is this? 600 times 600. 606 times 600 divided by 1,000. We get 363 kilograms on average each cycle. We could run this with the carbon skimmer, dump in CO2, and then we constantly make pea water. Then we could grow 10, maybe even 11 of these plants, because we will get 363, and then this wants to be hot at 35 to 85. Is there another plant that wants to be hotter? Because I'm thinking about this. That kind of sucks that I have to cool it down slightly. That's the hottest plant, right? There's nothing else that has a higher range than that. So I have to lower the temp of this slightly as well. That's so troll. We could try to do a weird setup. I wouldn't know how it would work though, but we could do a weird setup for this. So the logic is we gotta pull it down because it's gonna be pulled at 95, right? When we get the output water, we gotta cool it down 10 degrees or more. And then we have to take the output pipes and run the water out somehow. This is 184 on the inside. It's gonna come out at 95 because that's how the turbines work. So that's, yeah, it's basically pinch pepper nuts. Okay. Let's pop this. Let's open this area. We're gonna have to just start spilling out the water here. Yo, no dig skill. Feels bad. This is within range. Nice. Mop it up, boys. Mop it up. Okay, so we know that we're gonna have wires here. Let's argue we keep this. And what I mean is basically keep this ladder as proper. And we have our whatever walking path actually line up and work with this. That should be fine. I still don't know how we want to do this. I want to adjust that. We probably don't need this weird liquid lock anymore. I don't think it matters too much though. And we're still filling this up. Overheated. Everything's all right though. Lots of power. Running full time. Batteries are running. Aqua tuners are all chill. New AQ on this side that we could use for whatever. There's no more geysers here. This space is effectively used well. We have some geysers down here. 2 hydrogen, another volcano. And then these 2 right there. Okay, so yeah, I guess we will want to start digging through this. Okay. Dig all that. We're going to want to trim this area all the way down. I think we could just get rid of this now. I feel like we don't need this. We're just going to get rid of that. That's trying to get decons. We are eventually going to connect it here, probably. Ooh. Damn, that's a lot of CO2. So that's because I let this run. It's making ethanol, but this generates a lot of CO2. That's basically kind of how this works. This is a CO2 machine, dude. Goddamn. We need to just start pumping. I guess good news is that all the natty gas floated up from the bottom. Except for that tile right there. This is effectively done too. Okay, we don't need this. $2.82. Okay, so we understand that we probably want to keep that. We probably want to start bopping this and start using the space here. We probably do go down this way as well. Take the wood, I suppose. Plastic ladders back at home. We're at 300 kgs. I want to upgrade more to plastic, but plastic's not running yet. Maybe we work on that plastic then. Yeah. So this is at... Oh yeah, the suit line routes. That's going to be fun. So this is 240, 720, plus 480, 800, 1200. And then we want to STAQ right here. So 2 lines. We won't run it off of that. Oh, we could also remove this AQ now. Oh, I never actually connected the line proper. We probably should. Alright, so let me look at this. We have 2 free lines. We want to make it so that the top left isn't running too hard. And one of these lines is plugged into the AQ. That's this line. We want to change that line to this line. And then this just doesn't go anywhere. So this is 120. There's a lot of cooking on here, though. That's kind of problematic. 1695. There's a bunch of science buildings on it, though. 180, 200, 300. So it's about 1395. Small deodorizers on there as well. So it's what, 1375, let's argue. Plus 1200. That's going to be overload. That's not good. Could we split the line here? This pump, huh? Ooh, we could just run the pump from the bottom. That's a lot better, technically. Let's get that. Run that there. So this pump doesn't need to be on there anymore. And then we could route some of the foodstuffs into this line. We would just pull it from here. This bridge setup doesn't need to be there anymore. But we're gonna leave it. Okay, so we do that. This is at 1450. Okay, we could actually run another line on this. Other random buildings. There's nothing really random that we could separate. Technically, yeah, no, I probably shouldn't. We could try to fit it though. So how much is on here now? 1690. So that's what? 310? That's 240. 60. Yeah, so these two would be pretty good on that line, which would be here, up and over. And then that would be 1075. That's still a little bit too much. That is basically here then. That's so excessive, but I think that actually might be the play. That's actually kind of wild. So what we would want is run this line through up and then separate the aqua tuner from everything else and then run everything else on this line because we have 550. Yeah. It's so weird. We would effectively want this setup, double bridge. Or no, we could just cut the aqua tuner line on its own setup. Yeah. Run that here. No, how would I do this? Run that here? Because I want to use that line for the AQ. Alright, it might be some bridge shenanigans I mean I want to do here then. So I want this line to be the AQ line. That's not realistically going to work. So we probably just separate it so that this line and that line. Yeah, okay, I see it. We run this, and then we take over the bottom. Run the AQ to this line. That's gonna be here instead. And then we run this into here. Which has to be a little bit awkward. Could we run the steam turbine on that? I guess we could. Steam turbine and this, separate the bottom. And then just run this there. Then all we need is a ladder to get that started. Yeah, okay. Alright, so the bridges we will want to pop. It should pop out on this tile. Oh, it's a boop. He's stressing out in the waters. Alright, so from here, it's got to be like this, this, and then that. These combine. This goes down, this goes here. And then this goes up there. We could technically remove these three, but we'll just cut it for now. No power, because that's not connected. Now there's... Somehow there's... Okay, it's connected. Disabled by automation. It's just the aqua tuner that's not plugged in. Now it is. 1200, 1940. Dude, so good. Good maths. 60 watts. We're not really going to be worried about that. And then we could run... How much on this? 1200. So we basically want to cut the power slightly. Alright, realistically, I kind of want to run this into here and then run this into there. And then run that, and then run this down. And then that's going to be for the aqua tuner here. And then we got to split this in half. Effectively, we get rid of the wheel. Smokers are working. And then we eventually get the natty, the CO2 out. And then we just got to get rid of this weird power line. And we should be good. Alright, ethanol, we still need... Let's pump out a little bit of water. There we go. This is clean, no one got stuck. Let's dig up the Wheezewort. Dartles here. Realistically, man, they gotta go. I hate these Dartles. They always walk into areas and fart out chlorine, dude. It's bad times. Alright, still making the ethanol. Getting all the CO2. We need to start consuming it. Alright, so we need to make a pinch of pepper nut area. And not only that, we want to also do a CO2 dump area. That should be here. This should allow for it, just because of how it's very spacious. So we'll try to sweep this, clean it up. So we run a carbon skimmer, dump CO2, and then it converts the steam water into polluted water. And then we want to run the polluted water through a chill box so that it could actively get chilled. How would I want to do that? Let's see. We probably don't mind the abyssalite there. For the sake of design, I might want to just do a box design that you would normally want to do in this situation. Line it up, maybe liquid lock at the bottom, maybe liquid lock at the top. Go in, release the CO2. We would need reservoir space here probably to hold all the CO2 gas from coming in. And the temperature of the CO2 is not going to matter. So we just hold the CO2, run it in here, and then run the extra into there. And then we probably dedicate a couple of reservoirs to hold into here so that we always have CO2 to skim. So there's a priority line before we feed it down to there. That should make sense. And then we'll have a room that's going to be hot that we keep with the pinch of pepper nuts. I'm wondering if I need to do anything weird for that. Because we're going to do a chill box to bring in the temperature below 95. And then this is going to just... Because we're going to have to heat up the pinch of pepper nut room. We'd probably just run a heater, realistically. So if we did do this design... Let's argue we did that. We would have to have 10 pinch of pepper nuts. Five. And then it would have to be like this. 7 and 3. Because they have to be hanging. And then we would have... Oh no, these would be hydroponic. Four... 4, 5, 6. Oops. And then... maybe we do it like that. This would be a reservoir. And then we would need ladder. Climb down, jump from here to here. And then we get a liquid res inside. It's gonna be hot, so I have to use gold. And then we're just gonna grow a pinch of pepper nuts. Exactly 10. I'm hoping that's gonna be fine. We might want to get an extra one just to have running. Kind of like overflow. Which should actually be the play. Alright, ethanol is filling up. Not bad. Alright, guys, I gotta use the restroom. I gotta take a quick break. I will be right back. No one's gonna get stuck. No one's gonna die, right? Hear me. We is back. I apologize. I need to drop the kids off anytime I can, man. I was constipated for a while. So it feels a little bit good. Oh, we get fish. Feeling a little bit lighter. Autosave. Okay, the ethanol is still being filled. Gonna pump this out. Put the igneous back. Long commutes. We're gonna solve that. Alright, first things first. Sweep all the items. Put it here. We need to start cleaning that up. I'm also going to be doing a chill box to control the temperature here. As a result, everything else should cool down. Okay. We'll do this entire section, most likely. And then we're going to replace the inside slightly. Oh, we can't reach most of this. Alright, there's nothing inside, so we're going to have to decon these. Okay. Still working on that. Ooh, this got built with the speed. We'll take it. Let's run these. And then I guess this one. Then we're gonna run a feed out. Is one reservoir gonna be enough? We're gonna skim the water. Water becomes pea water, and then we have to do a chill box design. Which likely means... do a weird design like that. We might have to. Because I feel like we might want to hold a lot of water. Okay, we could argue maybe these two instead, and then this becomes insulated. Jump here to here, jump down. Oh, and then we could manually do it there still. No, we probably don't. We probably do want to just run insulated here. I don't think it's going to matter too much though. The temperature these are going to be in. Yeah, I think we end up doing the weird door strat. And then do a little bit of gas management inside. And then the automation is liquid shutoff. Doesn't matter which side we have it at, just put it on the right side. We'll run a thermal check. This goes in, goes out, goes in, goes out. Okay, and then afterwards we just run a coolant line. And then it runs in like that. And that runs in like this. Then we have a ridgeon. I see how that's kind of a problem. Okay. So it is up there then. And then we want to run ridge like that. Insulated. Cool. And then automation wire, simple setup. We're just gonna run a thermal sensor. We'll run it here and here. And then we need an AND gate. Here, 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 and then we'll just put it into the doors. Hopefully this is enough pea water storage for the feed. This is gonna be a drop lock, unfortunately. And then I hope I could actually grow this. Yeah, I can. Nice. 3 tiles tall. Crude oil. We're gonna need to put a little bit into a drop lock setup. Okay, get that in. Dig that out. A little bit of sweeping. We have to adjust the sensors. Get some wheeze warts in here. Oh yeah, we're gonna need power for that watt line. Let's run it up like that. We'll start running our power lines through the transformers here. That we know we will, or we should have. So that makes sense because we want to do that. And then another 2 tiles here. Maybe we should do 3. Maybe we just keep it at 4. Man, I'm not actually sure. I feel like 2 makes sense for a little bit of wires. I guess it's only 5 tiles of space, so it's not a lot anyways. Because I want to put the batteries here for the tower potential. Maybe we move it into here. There is a lot of space right there. It makes sense. Not much power consumers on that side. So run the wire through would make sense. We'll just do it at 4. Okay, so this is all bad gas. Cool. Pump space. We just run that in. Let's go. We will run a canister filler there. Shouldn't need too much more. Power wires and automation is in. There might be a little bit of a sweeping issue, I guess. That's actually enough of a problem that I think I do want to rebuild this slightly. We're going to pump at the bottom, so picking up the resources isn't a big deal. Grab the rust. Yeah. Doing a vacuum. Okay, so we want to pump at the bottom. Run that setup. We're gonna need a temporary power line. We're gonna run a conductive wire, just because I know we'll eventually have one. This goes there. Let's run a large 1, 2. Let's run the heavy watt down. This is eventually going to curl around, and we'll get the tower there. Might want to do that now. Opening this isn't going to be a problem. We'll eventually want to build the obsidian there. Should be fine. Let them work, let them work. Ooh, too much oil. Okay, 600 kgs. Okay. That's a lot of oil. It's not really gonna matter though how much we have inside. Because it's gonna be the drop blocks on the ledges. That's gonna do the majority of the liquid locking. $800, almost there, boys. We get to about, yeah, 1,000 kgs. All right, no pending. We'll just have this one on, the one that already has a bottle getting delivered. 200 divided by 3 is what, like 68? We're gonna be almost at cap. That's what, 20, 60? Ooh, a full bottle already. We'll just let that stack up. This is nah, we're gonna be greedy. I'm gonna overfill this one time. And whatever we don't have, we just kind of, you know, let it spill out. Alright, let's let that rock. We could argue that we could seal this and just put a ladder tile for later. Do a drop block setup there. Maybe I do this just to get the extra oil out. And we have to watch over this, to be honest. Alright, sweep out the stuff. So we could sweep it up later. There we go. Should be good. So now we could let that finish spilling, mop up the top tile. It should mop, but the bottle should not fall in. You know what? I'm a little bit worried about that. Let's just build a tile. And then we could start aqua tuning this. Another thing is Boop, 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 boop. We're likely gonna want to do that. And get more wires coming down. So we know we're gonna need a wire here and a wire here. And then we're gonna have extra wire. So these two are gonna be reverse feed, which is gonna be a little weird, but it should be fine. I don't think we have another steam turbine to reverse feed it. So we could just run that off the ledge right here and it should be okay. Dig that, build the tiles there, clean this up a little bit. The reverse feed will look a little awkward, but it should be alright. Maybe we run it to the back, and that makes more sense. 4, we run 1 here. And then we just gotta clean that up a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. Cool, let's get a little bit of oil drop. We're just gonna put a drop of oil there. Get that sealed, buddy. Thank you kindly. Okay, vent pipes. Mop this up. We are likely going to have to... We could build out the ethanol and push it out, technically. Okay, got enough. Mop up the oil, so we get a drop block for this. And then we got to start vacuuming this area soon. Alright, we will push it out, just to clean it up. 0 degrees. Let's mop it up, move everything out. 300 grams. Perfect. It's looking alright. How is this area? It's cleaned up. We needed to have ladders there. We are going to be running metal tiles of cobalt. Maybe we'll just do it right there. Yeah, we'll do it here as well. We want to maintain the vacuum, though. Oh. Someone do this. It's pumping already. Yo, man, it is pumping. Goodness. Alright, we're gonna cut this for a second. Because goddamn, it is pumping. There we go, got the drop block. Alright, so now drop block, we could actually vacuum. This is where we need to start doing the hydrogen. 500 kgs. Alright, let's get some more. We're just gonna pull it off of this. Okay, some of the transformers are ready. Let's just do it one step at a time, though. So this is pinch of pepper nuts. Gases don't matter. It needs phosphorite and polluted water. Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter too much. So we will want to release just CO2 inside. Very quick and easy, just do that. And then I think we might need a heater to warm it up, maybe. I'm thinking the heat from the water might be good enough. We'll have to see though. Oh yeah, and then it's gonna be 2 tiles. We are gonna want a sweeper here. Gold should be good enough. We'll make it out of steel though, just to be a little excessive. This has no overheat. And then this is just gonna be, we have to deliver phosphorite to that. Oh, I might not be able to reach. Gotta need the second ladder. CO2 is almost done. This room just needs enough gas pressure of CO2, so we don't need to do a lot of vacuuming. It's kind of nice. Seal, push. Vacuum 0.8. We will go negative. Bright ice one last time. You're undergrounds. We'll take more CO2 and dump it in. It's likely we're gonna want this. It just makes so much sense. It's hard to pass up on that. Vacuum, power connection, that's nice. Alright, this is in. And then we're gonna run insulated there. We're gonna want a layer of water here. So building specifically. Heat transfer is not gonna matter for now. And then we're gonna run a second layer of metal tiles. And then we're gonna have to dig the top. Building melted, that's expected. That way we can actually finish the build. Sweep everything out. You ever use insulated doors? I used it one time. Down here. It's no longer there. I used it once. I just don't think about using it because it's been, man, I don't know how long. But for the most part, yeah, I haven't used it that much. They seem pretty good though. I have to say, they do seem pretty good. No qualms about them. Seem pretty good so far. Clean this up. -3, -6. It's still averaging out. This got opened up. Let's go. So dig that, dig this. We're gonna start using up the space right there. A little bit of sweeping. We don't really need to do that right now. A lot of CO2 from here we gotta take care of. Oh yeah, the power wire. Did we ever finish this? No. Alright, so 1200. We're gonna move half of this line. So I think it's here. And then that connects. 2160. Alright, let's run that this way. 1920. And then we could remove 300 off of that. Okay, so that means here, 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 here. Connects to that line. Okay, cut that. 660. 1860 with AQ. And then we could get rid of this power line side. Get rid of the wheel, get rid of the battery. Not bad. I do need to remove a little bit of water from here, man. Feels bad, man. Let's dig that remove a little bit. Up, up, up. Let's dig out some tiles so that the water level goes down. Maybe we just gotta remove these tiles though. And then the water level goes down, we'll be fine. Man, D Mayor is hurt. Is there an angry shell? There is. Let's move one of the rows out so he stops getting beat up. Okay, we gotta finish this. This is gonna be just because I feel like I want the excessiveness. How come it's saying unreachable? Oh, ha. We need the ladder right there. I see, I see. And there we go. Technically remove 2 ladders here so that we could sweep the area a little bit better. Dig that. Double bottle drain. Push out the gas that way. And then we'll get the igneous on top. That's after we do radiant pipe though. Okay, so we're gonna run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that's gonna be this tile. Run 2 of these because it's gonna be these 2. We're gonna get a steel AQ. Probably right here makes sense. And then we're gonna run the setup as we should. And then from there, we need to figure out how we want to run the radiant pipe through here. We probably don't want to do anything excessive. Just keep it quick and easy. Let them build that out. And then this wire is going to get relocated slightly. Probably to here makes the most sense. So running that out. And then we could redo the power wire here. Should be good. -4. Yeah, we'll just pump it out. We're good, we're good. This is almost done. Let's move everything out. Don't vacuum yet. We will eventually fix that. This is still waiting micrograms. Pretty good. Carbon dioxide. This is going to be pinch of pepper nuts. I might actually put a heater in this corner, depending on, well, this is probably the best spot. Situational heater. I mean, we really don't need it though. It's already warm enough that I think we'll be fine. Move out some of the items. We'll get some of these working soon. Let's move out some of the loot right there. Because I know that we're going to dig through a lot of items going to fall down. This is connected to the large battery, so it should be fine. Alright, this is about done. We're just waiting for the AQ. We want to finish sweeping that the pipes are in. So that means we do the cobalt inside. Oh yeah, I have to wait for them to finish sweeping. Good thing they're doing that ASAP. Nice. We should be able, yeah, corner build. Finish all that. Okay, so brine, salt water. We're gonna use brine for this. Gonna fill this up with brine. There we go. And it pushed out all the gases. That's what we want to see. So now we could seal this up. This is going to be the AQ room. Everything inside is clean. We could do a bottle drainer here to add in the liquid medium. And since the water is already spread, we could seal it up already. Okay, this design is going to be steam turbine like that. We will probably want to relocate the ladder so that it lines up with this. Go through, go down, and then we have the spot. Probably want to get rid of that, remove the pitcher pump. Nice. Clean, clean. Let's run the wire through to that. We didn't get the automation wire. Liquid pipe thermal sensor. Looking good. Let them work. Technically, get rid of the ladders there. Okay. Bottle drain. This is clean. Let's get that in. Having the natural abyssal here, I think it's fine. We need a door here to stop the bees from trying to get into the water. And then we do want to have a door. Yeah, we do it here, I guess. Because we need to get through to here and grab a bee and pull him down here. Pump up the waters. We're going to have to clean that up. Okay, that's taking some time. Let's move this here. I guess we could add water here for now as well. Though we do have the vacuum this. That's going to be fun. Maybe we just add... Yeah, we'll add water now and vacuum later. We need to add liquid here. So that we could run through the line. Dude. We could pump here now, right? Yep. All the CO2. All of the CO2s. The boops are getting their oxygen here. And then, yeah, I'm thinking we do run some transformers here. Wouldn't be bad. We're gonna run this to keep this area cool. It's going to be the logic. We could do something like 24 degrees. Doesn't have to be too cold. And then get the steam turbines. Get a little bit of water here. Oh, come on. Grams of water. So we do need to move this water out somehow. We have water from so many sources, though. I don't want to just drain it, though that's probably going to be the fastest way to do it. Just drain the water. We probably just pitcher pump it. Get a bottle filler somewhere. And there's so much power here, we should be fine. Okay, 200. This is clean. Let's get rid of this power line. Dump this out. Nice. And then we got to move everything out. Pump is no longer flooded. Yep. Still though, we got to move out a lot of the water here, or at least we would want to. We got to do what we got to do. Dash a salt vine. There's just way too much CO2, man. Way too much. Oh, we got a long hair egg. Alright, another baby to hang out with the folks. We'll have this guy in the slug room. And we are gonna relocate and place the first plug slug in. It's time. We gotta start breeding slugs. So there's just no power here at the moment. This is... yeah, it's actually fine to probably run this through. That actually might be the play, man. That's kind of crazy. Slug ranch time. It's kind of weird, but yeah, it's slug ranch time. I'm just thinking to myself, do I want to clean up the room first? Because it's going to end up being all pink. Alright, we're gonna leave them there. We're gonna vacuum this room first. Dude, there's just so much to pump. We're just gonna have to bop this line. Slug ranch time, though. It is going to be time for that. Damn, that's way too much water. That last bubble of CO2. I mean, it's not like it's going to matter. We could just have way too much water in here for the memes. That's so jank, though. This needs more brine, though. Okay, everything inside's good. Exposed wire. We got to do a valve line. Oh, ha. This is actually not correct. We run that here. And then we have to run this here. Yeah. That way we could actually hit the turbine on the way back. I forgot I had to do that. Here to here, but then I would have to double bridge. Okay, that doesn't work. All right. We gotta do one final sweepage. Remove. Oh yeah, we also gotta do the tiles here. Remove the cobalt. Start running this soon. Our vacuum's in. We gotta clean that up slightly. We gotta start pulling our hydrogen. Then how many rooms is this? 63. Plus 13, minus 13. It's 50 tiles, so that's what? 400, and it's about 80 kgs. That's a lot. 400 divided by 50. It's 5 divided into 40. Oh, it's 4 kgs. That's not a lot, actually. We can move the extra hydrogen in there as well. $122. Let's move out the items. We're gonna need the other. Well, let's release the hydrogen first, and then get the Wheezewort seeds. Okay, 10 kg, 6 kgs, that's about right. We should get around 8, with the other one should be closer to 10. Yeah. I guess we should actually consider putting a temp shift plate in here. Just because, why not? Get a little bit better heat transfer. Magma's active. We're not doing anything with the materials though, which kind of sucks. And then this is about ready. Okay, cool. Temporary setup. Because I need to be able to reroute. And then put a little bit of a drop lock setup right here. Power wire. Everything is good. Automation. Okay, let's put that in. Put that in. And then we need to get our drop lock right here with the oil. I want to build this first so they could go around. Okay, that's good. So steam should be lighter than natty gas. I shouldn't have to worry about that. I don't think we're going to need temp shift plates right here. Hey, man. One last bottle of hydrogen, please. Alright, it's already a little bit too cool, but we'll allow it. Green signal if it's below 40. And then we gotta just adjust the automation wires. And then they're off. Nice. How come no one cannot pick up? Okay. Hydrogen. Hydrogen. Okay, we will want to relocate this. Empty. And then the 167, yep. We'll move both. Cool. This is filling up. We could do the setup now. Here. And then we need a drip of oil. We need to specifically grab a drop. That lag. 273. Let's go. That's going to be there. Let's clean this up. We should have no idle. If we do, we need people sweeping. Man, if you're not working, you need to be sweeping. Map's not clean yet, man. How come ice? It is what it is. Oh, wow. That blocks you right here. I did not realize that. Now they're free. Oh my god, we blocked their path. Didn't even realize. Okay, 161. This is not glitched, is it? There it is. Good stuff, Timo. Alright, so there should be nothing else to run. Let's move the CO2. Move out the shale. Let's get the pipeline inside. This is if the liquid is below 85, we will allow it out. And then we'll go 50 here. Now it's probably going to be 40. Yeah, 40 is probably fine. Seems pretty good. Hydrogen. 122. Okay. We're going to move as much as we can into this area. The more we have, the better it's going to be. Refinement. Steel oil. Yes. And then polypress. Yes. Okay. Empty. We want to get a pump here. And then we can just run the conductive line out. Thinking of it'd be snowing in the Coliseum of Fools. What the heck is that? There was a piece of ice here. It probably melted. Timo's speaking in code, dude. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get caught. Don't know what it is, though, he's speaking about. Oh, Hollow Knight stuff. I see you. Oh, it's Hollow Knight stuff. Yeah, man. It's coming in with the secret language tech that I don't know about. Can't pick up. Alright, it got relocated partially, and then it got stopped. This should be reachable. Yeah, there we go. Sarah could do it. Let's mop that up. Try to get this built. I guess we also need a wire for the steam turbine. Not going to be too greedy with it. We're just going to combine both of those. I see you guys over there. Brian's getting there. 9:17. Almost have enough. Hopefully they're moving the brine out of there. We are trying to get more pea waters in for everything. Yeah, we'll fix that up soon. Oh yeah, that never got made. Let's try to get that built. 9:37. Let's go Xandroff. Alright, we're able to start pumping from here. We gotta vacuum that. We will eventually want to get another water drop. There's a lot of water there, but I can't be too worried about that. This is going to end up being like 200 per tile. It might not even ever boil. Realistically. What's going on, Jules? Welcome in. Is there a reason why you're cooling the brine and not the metal directly? Just because of the SXC? You could. I wanted to do the least amount of piping possible. Because I was like, dude, man, I'm doing this zigzag pattern everywhere. I just want to make it so that it's just straight line. So, realistically, you shouldn't need to dump the radiant pipeline on the metal tiles because you have temp shift plates, right? And then you want the brine to be chilled directly because they have the highest SHC. You probably already understand. So you could actually transfer heat to the brine. You would transfer more because of how much of the... How do I say this? It technically shouldn't matter, though. It shouldn't matter. In my case, I just wanted to not have that much piping. It is, but it's like... Yeah, with the temp shift plates, that makes sense, I guess. Because you would transfer the most amount of heat or DTU value in the metal tiles, but because the metal has low SHC, you don't actually transfer that much. So if you want to dump the heat transfer as much as you can, you want to dump it into a high SHC median, right? So brine to brine is probably what we're gonna have. That way you're getting the most out of it in terms of like single pass, how much temperature change you have. Because the metal has low SXC, right? 0.42. So it's going to immediately get to the temperature of the brine, but it's not going to actually deposit that much heat for the long term. So for consistency's sake, it's technically better to have it on the water itself. But I will say that it shouldn't matter too much because we have the temp shift plates there. Right? We have it behind every radiant pipe in the middle. How did you enjoy the first hours of Fallout Hollow Knight? I'm a gamer, dude. I was one-shotting bosses. First trying everything. Now, that being said, I feel like while it doesn't play like Monster Hunter, a lot of the lessons I learned playing Monster Hunter has transferred over, if that makes sense. Basically, like... Yeah. Pretty quick on the uptake. A bit greedy, some of the ads, it's the greed. You can't be greedy. You gotta be patient. I'm not even kidding, man. Like, Monster Hunter kind of forces you to learn that lesson early. And I feel like because I already learned it, it was kind of easy to apply. Not all first tries, but some solid gameplay was seen. Yo, man. There's a lot of, I feel like, just, you gotta sometimes dive one time just to see the attack patterns. It was 100% that way for the Soul Keeper. Is that the guy's name? That teleported everywhere? That fight was just learning what the attacks did. I did first try phase 2 though, so I got lucky with that. But I will say, yeah, it's pretty straightforward so far. Everything works out pretty well. I'm having a good time. The only thing is that playing with a controller, man, bopped my shoulders and all that. That was a bad time. Dealing with that was not the business. My shoulders were hurt, man. How come this natty gas doesn't want to get relocated? Dude, man, that stuff was... I need to get a massage afterwards. I need to take more breaks, posture breaks for that, man. But yeah, we're going to be trying to get through the game, and then eventually we're going to be doing Silk Song. Hopefully I'm good enough to play that game. We got to get into Silk Song. You know what I'm curious about? Do you eventually fight the Hollow Knight character in Silk Song? That'd be funny, man. Alternative timeline. That first fight versus Hornet you do ends up being the final fight that you play as Hornet. That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know if there's a game that's ever done that. But that'd be kind of interesting, I feel like. Alright, we're gonna release the hydrogen and then seal this up. This should be ready. Alright. Waiting for the vac. The polluted oxygen moved out, nice. We got the seal here. We'll keep that ladder just for them to move on. Let's get that built. And then we will use... We'll use brine here, why not? We have a lot of brine that we kind of got to get rid of. I should also start moving out the pea water, I guess. Some of the pea water is kind of cold, so I'm a little worried. Okay. Boop, boop. So we're vacuuming the room because it's going to be filled with hydrogen from the slugs. Waiting for that to be built. Okay, so Aquatuner is not running. It's time to get the loop in. Should be sweeping. Water's right there. We do need to lower the amount of water we have here. Ooh. 1 microgram. We might have the vac. Couple seconds. Okay, doing a lot of the sweeping. We're gonna allow them to walk inside so they get the phosphorite inside. We might have to get a second Dreckle Ranch, depending on how much phosphorite we have. We have 200 tons. Okay, we're fine, probably. That's a lot of phosphorite. Because we're going to need it to feed the pinch pepper nuts here eventually. Okay, since this is good, let's get rid of this. We're going to need to use up the space there anyways. Okay, we're likely going to use this as a proper way to get down. And we will have to cut through this soon. Okay, that being said, we're going to want to dig. Clear up this space so that we can put our new rocket battery. From here all the way to there. This area is ready to be opened up. There's nothing hot inside. We should be ready. This side is also ready to be opened up too. It's just going to be here where the slicksters are, so it doesn't really matter. This has no opening. That's a problem. We should be good. Waiting on the tile to be built. They got it. Alright, how is this? Vacuum is in. Okay, let's get this built. Take the Joya seeds. I mean, it's Joya seeds. It's really hard to pass up on that. Liquid is in. Wait, hold up. Philosopher, how are you? I see you over there. Everything's at 10, right? We don't need another bottle. Yeah, everything looks good. Fridge. Trainer. Okay, that got built. We could remove this. Power line, gas line. Let's get a little bit of water here, because we're going to need it. Alright, there is water in the pipes. Okay. That should be good. Single bottle of water is all we need. 13. That should be fine. We're running this at 24. And then once we get that, we'll sweep everything out. And then steam turbine. So the vent, AQ, vacuum cooling line, and then we just gotta plug it into a power source. Should be good. Yeah. So we still need to keep pumping up the water here, because we're gonna move this wall to here. Is probably gonna be how we want to do it. Moving out the water is gonna be fun though. That way we could have this ladder go all the way up. Jump from here to here. Build it up top. Ladder. Oh, magma spill. Yeah, that's supposed to happen. Okay, so this is gonna be water we get from steam condensing. I don't know what we're gonna do with that water, man. We're gonna have to feed it to something. We need to find like a wide range plant that we could feed water into. Dude, run this into the metal tiles so that it comes out around 24 and then feed into like a bristle blossom. And we'll put it like right outside or something. Alright, seal it up. That could actually be the play, man. That's kind of crazy. Because we could technically just put a shut off right there. Alright, did I dig out the map? Nope. Okay, we're good, we're good. Alright, this is sealed. These tiles are in, let's go. We could probably build all of this from here. Get rid of this ladder. We probably move the pump over and just drain out the rust. That way it lines up a lot better this way. Hopefully a dupe doesn't get stuck here. That'd be really bad. Alright, safe. Okay, so now this is good. I guess we will do this. 1, 2. And then, well, I have to move that back a tile. There we go. Because then we're going to need to bridge twice. Now we can just open this and drain out the water. I won't do that yet. Okay, this is clean. It's ready. Boop, boop. Let's mop this up. Get rid of that. We have wires we could be running in. This is 130. It's not too bad. Okay, so this is going to be a weird area. How do we want to do it? There is overheat. This is already CO2, so we could just literally just seal it up. So it could be literally, we just get it started like this. Yeah, that's all going to be feasible. Jump. And then we're basically going to be taking the steam water from the output, run it in and feed it into a carbon skimmer. That actually might want to be here. We run airflow tiles here. We run liquid reservoirs here. And then we hold the water in here. Kind of want that to feed in a little nice. Unfortunately, it's gonna look like that. And then like that. I kind of don't want to do that. I don't want it in the tiles too much. So we will run a bridge. And then all we need to do is get a plastic vent. This is abyssal line. We'll try to keep it that way. And then run that out. Then all we need is power here. Run that into the tiles. And then the water from here needs to exit. And then that's going to be how we added it. Would I want to do something where we have a held tank? That actually might be not a bad idea. Have the skimmer cancel. Move that here. Run that down. Run this in. Oh, technically it would have been better on the other setup. Run that here. Run this on this side. Then technically it's in the tiles, but it should be fine. Okay. And then now we have a buffer. And then we get the power wire coming out. All right. Oh no, bro. Chlorine. Push out the chlorine. No, dude. No chlorine today. No. Stop the chlorine. Let me get a fat canister of CO2 from here. 1,000 kgs. Damage, flooding, turbine. Oh no, bro. This broke? How? No. Oh man, this is the worst thing to break. Oh man, yeah. Somehow everything got bopped here somehow. How did this break? Nothing in here is hot. None of my pipeline bubbles are jank. It doesn't freeze though. 20? Yeah, it's flooded because the water is here now. Instead of spread out on the top. Ah, dude, this is the worst thing to try to fix. God damn it. Our good news is that technically this is not bad to fix. It's just very time consuming. Alright, we gotta start though. So that we keep getting... I mean, it's dormant, I guess. 46 cycles. Alright, so... nothing inside, right? Salt water... 20 degrees. This is at 20 degrees. That means the lowest I could have gotten was 6 Celsius, which shouldn't freeze ever. Okay. So what we have to do here is we have to drain the water. Unfortunately, the entire tank and then refill it back up. Man, that sucks. So we do have to clean this up. Then the big thing is having everything spill down. I guess that's not bad. Cools down the area because this is really cool. And then we're gonna re-pump out a lot of the liquids from here. Man, I really don't know how that broke. Because the one we made a couple hundred cycles earlier is still alive. And this one is still alive. And then another one over here is still alive, chilling. They're all doing the same thing. Heck, man. So something weird must have happened here. I just don't know what. Everything here is pretty chill. Nothing is too hot. Alright, we're just gonna, you know, say nothing weird happened and it was just a glitch. Maybe. Feels bad, man. Ooh. Alright, we'll run that across. Run that down. We do want to ladder this up. I think we just have to kind of drain this now then. Alright, let's do a weird trim design. I was like, building flooded steam turbine. That's illegal. Man. That is illegal. Alright, let that be. We're still working on this side. CO2 is back up, so I don't have to worry too much. We are not going to power the skimmer yet. And then we got to build out the water pipe situation. So since this is going to be 95C water, we're going to hold on to it, skim it. We're going to dump CO2 into here. We're going to have a bunch of reservoirs just sitting here with CO2. And then that CO2 gas is just going to get piped in somehow. Well, there's going to be with drainers or a proper pipeline. And then it's just going to keep skimming. So this is 300 grams per second. So that means in a cycle, that is going to be 180 kilograms a cycle. Do we produce enough to make that true? These two running non-stop, smokers running non-stop. And then, do I have any other CO2 producers? Oh yeah, the geysers. Yeah, we have this one. This one is already technically tamed. And then once we're done with that, we're going to move a bee in to have the extra get chilled and then feed the bees. So we always have all of that being done. And then once we move the bees out, we're going to have to tame this geyser and wreck the bee biome. Probably save these guys, just wall this up diagonally, like from here to here. Just because this geyser is inside. Feels bad. Okay, autosave lag. Almost ready on the power. We're not consuming it though. That kind of makes sense because I don't want anything running yet. And then getting this running might be a little bit more important. 24, 35. It's not too bad. And then the area is already warming up. Probably because of the abyssalite. That's what it looks exactly. Is doing the cooling there. Maybe put a Wheezewort right here. Alright, so we need to pump up the water first so we can empty this. And then the thing is that after we empty it, the water needs to push everything out. I don't know if we have enough space for that. Either way. Tile. We gotta get it done. We could put the bottle drainers back here like we did last time. Vent line connects. Free the waters. We have to get rid of this layer of water is the big thing. We could argue the bottom being salt water already is probably fine. We just reseal this. And it's just literally this layer. Now there's no spill path because of the water right there. So dig, and then I guess we have to mop this setup. Oh, we can't mop it now. Feels bad. Guess we're gonna have to spill this so that we could dig that. There we go. The liquid layers messed up, and then the building got flooded. Okay, so this is good now. Right, and then now we got to refill back up the layers. This isn't flooded anymore. Nice. Kind of fixed. That's not too bad then. No, it flooded because the liquid bounce. So there is an upper limit. So every building in this game has a flood value that's 30%, 35% of the liquid that's on the building. If it reaches 35% of the tile's max capacity, it floods the building. So since it's 35%, it doesn't actually add up the liquid or anything like that. So when you actually have stacked liquid, you could do something like this. You can see it's running, right? And then by separating the liquids into individual layers where none of each individual tile is above 35%, you get to run 3 separate layers. And then this is a lot better in terms of how much SXC it holds. So that when you're cooling something like a metal that has low SXC, it will immediately spike down in temperature. Now, this is going to be slower because it's less reactive than the metal tiles. However, it's going to be more consistent on the temperature that you output the metal at. because it's going to not change and fluctuate. Because if you put in the metal through metal tiles, the first couple batches will be at like 20 degrees. But then the last couple ones in the back is going to be around 50. There's going to be no consistency in the temperature, just because the metal is going to be struggling to keep up. Now, that being said, the liquid has a much higher value, so it's going to be a lot better for consistency's sake, which is why I opt for the design. But yeah, you could see that it's still running. You just got to run the different stack layers. Something happened, and the top layer of water fell down to the middle. And as a result, it broke the setup. I will likely need to bop this tile because of how gases are going to get pushed in. We'll wait and see though. But yeah, it is flooded because of the volume of each tile, but it's not additive. It doesn't add up each individual tile and then check for flooding. It instead just looks at each individual tile to see if any one of those are higher than what it needs to be. So we're just taking advantage of that. Alright, this is kind of done. Oh, ha. We do want to run an Atmos sensor, so that this doesn't run once there's no CO2, because then this is going to immediately self-break. We could also run a weird pipeline design. How'd this work? Oh, super meme, but it would work. And then if we element sensor. Yeah. Can I reach that though? I might need to get that there. Okay, so we're going to be doing a really weird pipeline automation to shut off the skimmer because it's already filled. What I want to know, I kind of want to have this filled up. Yeah, I guess we don't need to do this weird design. We just run automation off of this. Drop a little bit of water on the ground. I see you. We're not cooling it though. We're opting for the CO2 to cool the building. All right, so pressure, and then the second signal would be this. Let's run an AND gate. Run that, run that, run that. Trim that. It's a weird design, but it should work. Okay. Mop this up. Okay. I think it's time, boys. We gotta let her rip. Let the waters hit the floor. We're gonna drain this out because we're not gonna use it. Oh, splash! Oh, look at the viscosity of the waters. Pretty good. We will take the peats. Okay, look at that, man. That water drip. My man's still mopping. Okay, so let's look at the automation here. Green parameters when we're at low threshold of 30, 25. High threshold of 95. Wait a second. That works, but at the same time doesn't. Because that means I have liquid in the pipes. And that's kind of what I want to prevent. That shouldn't matter too much then. I'm thinking about this. A lot of this automation is not necessary. This is not necessary. I'm thinking about this. It's really just the Atmos sensor that I really care about. Yeah. And gate, automation. Let's remove this. And it's really just that. Nothing else really matters here. Now that I look at this, it's really just if we have it, we let it run. And we just deal with the heat later. Yeah, and then we'll just clean that up. Who? We're gonna do that so we can build tiles to run across. Get rid of the vent line. They could go down for now. We're gonna put tiles there so they're gonna run across and we could remove the ladder. The alignment of the stuff in the area is kind of off, but I think it's okay. Okay, it should be cool. Water's down there now. Sweep up the stuff. Alright, I'm going to assume it's fine. We're going to seal up the bottom. If we end up needing more water storage, we'll have to just add it in here. And we could just have a overflow set up and have the green attached to this. Like, realistically, I think that's all we do. And we just have to keep up with the CO2. Alright, so let's put the tile in, remove the ladders from this. Let's do this design and then try to put the tile there. Running on the regular tiles is faster, which is why I don't want them doing that. Going down here and walking, because it's slow. Alright, seal this up. Make sure there's no CO2 there. Have no one sit inside. Pipelines look fine. Gas line is in the feed. Feed in, feed out. Don't you dare, chlorine, sneak in at the very end. Okay, it's looking good. Probably remove this. remove that part. We're probably gonna want a fire pole here. Yeah, there is gonna be some power wires. We're gonna have to move around, do some shenanigans. Let's get those tiles in. Just to climb up to here later. Almost ready. Okay, we want to get this built. Get that part dug out. Here and then here. Okay. So one reservoir is going to have enough for 5 cycles. I see. I kind of see how I want to do this then. Let's run this insulated just to use a lot of the igneous. We're gonna have a res right here, so we're just gonna build a pipe ready for that. And then we're gonna use that. Yeah. There'll be a reasoning for that. We probably do it here. Let's run that in. We'll eventually want to dig that and run insulated tile so the wires go through. We will need to get the golds, mop up the waters right there. Where did this come from? Oh, this is in. The battery tower number 2. And then that's going to connect to here. Ideally, putting it here would be the best, but we can't do that. No, I guess we can. We could technically open this. So joint plate here means tile, tile, tile. That lag, dude. Okay. Yep. Oh, too much water because of the gas bubbles, and I've been spilling it out. Okay. So, decon this time. Let's look at the liquid. Put some more salt water for now. This is getting pumped. We got to keep doing this so we can bottle up all the liquids that's falling down here. This is going to allow the water to connect. There we go. Rebuild that. Oh, this re-flooded. No. That really do be my fault again. God damn it. Okay. So the only thing we could do is rebuild this. It shouldn't be too bad. We just rebuild it. And then it resets the flooding. Do you change material type? We could try. Oh, man. All right. I don't know why that broke. God damn it. I don't know why this keeps breaking. Now this one's flooded. God damn it. Okay. Let's just open this up again. Let it flood out. Gotta push out the pea waters. Isn't it because polluted water is losing its volume as it exhales polluted oxygen? Time matters. No. The liquid only does that if the area isn't pressurized, and if you have a little bit of water over it, it stops it from off-gassing. So a lot of times you're recommended to spill a little bit of water over it because it prevents the off-gas. So it's in the middle layer, so that shouldn't matter. What happened there was very likely the turbine unflooded and turned on for a second, and then there was water inside the steam turbine, and then when you deconstruct it in the center, the water falls down, and then since it's lighter than everything, it moved up, and then that allowed the pea water to take its place. That likely occurred because of the build deconstruct that we just did. So now we have to mop this, let the regular water spill out. And then we have to do it again. God damn it. But yeah, the polluted water shouldn't be able to off-gas because it was pressurized. Alright, building this, digging that. Slowly get that done. I guess we could dig that now. Alright, this is running again. There does seem to be a small problem here. We'll try to fix that. Alright, there we go. Mamba's awake, the little babies. Oh, we gotta rebuild the tile. Mamba. Hey, baby. The little baby's chilling. Alright. We'll fix this proper. God damn it, dude. We have to watch this. So that happened again because I let it flood. I put too much water inside. Okay, so that's gonna be regular water. We need to stop it from off-gassing first. 25 kilograms. You know what? Let's do salt water. Fill up the bottom properly. Get that built. We also want to bop this. One bubble so it's smoother. Okay. Sweep everything out. Alright, so we want to get the bottom, then the middle, then the top. Let it do its thing. Do it bottom to top. I gotta stop making it complicated. Okay, this needs to be built. That needs to be built. And then technically tile there. Run that route. $200 kgs, 250 kgs, either should be fine. Want to build a turbine. I gotta admit, all the athletic debuffs permanently added by Frosty Planet really do suck. Dude, I'm telling you, man. It's so bad. That change in and of itself in this game has ruined so much of the fun for me. It's a good thing I already have my dupes hit the gym for ages before I send them anywhere, but man, yep. It's hard, man. It is hard. Irritated eyes and chilly surroundings, and the fact that anything 2 degrees off of the dupe body temperature gives you chilly surroundings is the worst part. Dupe's normal body temp is 37. I had them swimming in 35 Celsius water, and that gave them chilly surroundings. It's insane. There's like no lower limit. It's literally you touch water, you're chilled. It doesn't feel like it's actually checking for temperature. Absolutely insane. The worst part is you don't even need to be fully wet. The moment you touch a gram of water, it's over. The moment you touch a gram of water, it's over. You're chilled, man. All you need is a gram. And then they have the urge to run back to the heater. Yep. Yep. That was the exact loop that I was so mad about. And people were like, just build a heater everywhere. And then I'm just like, dude, that just means you're hauling wood everywhere and not actually getting anything done. It's so frustrating, man, playing the Frosty Planet pack. Like, I think, honestly, that was the worst design expansion. I don't even get why they did it that way. Because you can't even argue, oh, that's realistic, because it's not. I touch a gram of water that's on the ground that I didn't mop up like this, and they immediately get chilly surroundings. That water could be almost at their body temperature, and it doesn't matter. Chilly surroundings. And I'm just kind of like, man, what the hell, dude? The worst thing about the sauna is that it wants that specific range. Like, the building in and of itself is poorly designed. I have so many issues with Frosty Planet Pack. And then the worst thing about it is that it's not even DLC specific. It's just, oh, this came out, we're just gonna give this to every game update, so you can't change it. That's probably the worst thing about Frosty Planet Pack. You can't turn it off. My nearest Steam vent's at the top of the darn planet. Oof. Yeah, I finally implemented my 100-gram valve loop, realized process I need to make multiple saunas. I don't like it, but it's working, technically. Hey, man. It really do be like that sometimes, man. You kind of shrug and go, I guess it works. I feel like that change in the game has ruined so much of the fun. Because now it just feels like it's really stupid to explore. That's probably the worst change about that. Because you touch a liquid and then you're in an area with a irritable gas. You get the penalty stack and it's over, dude. It's over. Chilly surroundings and irritated eyes. That's like -10 athletics. Dude, you are not moving anymore. You put that on a freshly printed dupe, they're not going to make it anywhere. They won't be able to pick up food. They won't be able to breathe. They won't even be able to make it to the toilets. And then you get the dance of death happening on top of that. Oh, man. It's so bad, man. Yeah, I'm looking at my average game loop. Every gets 10 athletics before they go anywhere. Yo, man. I just hate how that's like more or less a necessity nowadays. Now the upside is just give them suits, but that directly nerfs getting the oxygen mask. The oxygen mask used to be potentially a decent alternative. You don't need reed fiber. They could go into the area with bad gas and they'd be fine. They'd be able to breathe, be able to work. They're like, nah, we want you to get suits. Feels bad, man. No, there is. It's just a very minor one. You get Dreamer PJs, suits, death. Oh my god. And then you hurt them, light wounds from a Pokeshell, -3 athletics on top of that. Dude, you get so many minus penalties. I'm not even kidding, man. I used to send dupes with only suits everywhere, and now we're really methodically pushing the gas back, using the suits when absolutely necessary. Dude, man. I'm at the point where I'm like, I can't worry about that. I'm just giving everyone suits. It's at a point where it's like the peace of mind, knowing that they always have an oxygen tank with them. It's like, I need that peace of mind, man. They're not gonna suffocate. Oh, heck. Clay Entertainment coming in with the raid. Shout out to Clay. Oh, I got caps lock on. What is going on? Shout out to Clay, making this awesome game that we're already playing. What's going on? Rattling my bones. Welcome in. What's going on, Love Groove? Welcome in, welcome in. And of course, Mark of the Ninja. Is that the new Clay game that they were publishing? I don't know if they're the devs for that. I do believe they're publishing it though. Mamba, I hear you babies. My kitty cat is meowing at me. Mark of the Ninjas from 2012. That's an old game. Wow. So is that, it's the remaster, huh? Did Clay make that back in the days? Welcome in though, people of Clay Entertainment. My name is Too Legit. We're playing some Oni right now. We're doing a weird challenge where we take the Relicaaargh map on the lab map with the Demolier asteroid, and we are going to be tasking ourselves with, not only are we going to be taming the geyser, we're going to be using the resource that comes out of it. So as an example, this gold volcano produces 350 grams per second roughly. We're going to be making a plug slug ranch to consume all the gold it makes. So similarly, this polluted water vent is going to be feeding some reed fiber, some overgrow, and some bog buckets. We take the average output and then just try to consume as much as we can and buffering it with the liquid reservoirs. As a extra restriction, we're doing no infinite pressure tanks for the geysers. And not only that, we're not allowed to launch rockets. Right now we're fixing a design that broke. We're actually done here. A little too much water. And we are going to be doing something for CO2. It's kind of weird. We're going to be dumping CO2 in a vent connected to all of these reservoirs. And we get the CO2 from our smokers, right? Also our natural gas gens that are constantly running. Once we get that hooked up, we're going to be taking the water from the steam vents, skimming it with CO2 we get from some stable sources, and getting polluted water so that we could feed pinch pepper nuts. That's going to be the plan. So we're doing a lot of weird things that we would normally not do just because we're tasked with that objective. So of course, you guys coming in, feel free to ask any questions about the game of Oni. I play this game a lot. We'll grab the... No, we don't want anything here yet. But yeah, we're going to be forced to deal with every geyser and its resources. So the big thing is actually the regular volcanoes. We're going to be scaling up our hatch ranch to feed them all the igneous. That way, we could just give them all the volcano stuff that we're going to be running through and then cooling. And then the igneous comes out here at around 50 degrees. Good luck with the challenge. Have a good one, Rattling. Appreciate you for popping in. Rest easy, man. And hopefully we'll see you next time. Be good, stay safe out there. Clay made that game. Wow, I did not know Clay made Mark of the Ninja. That is actually really cool. Shout out to the Clay, man. Appreciate you guys for making this awesome game. And of course, if you guys don't know Clay, they you might know them if they made this know the game called Don't Starve. It's pretty popular. You guys might have heard of that game before. But yeah, man, they make that game as well. Check them out. The Clay titles are fun. If anything, man, fair warning, a lot of the Clay games tend to be time sinks. You could argue that's a good or bad thing, but it's like, it's one of those games where you start playing, you just keep playing, and then it's already the next day and you gotta go to work, and you're like, oh dude, I did not remember I have to go to work tomorrow. And then, you know, they don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. But yeah, anything about this game you guys have any questions about, feel free to ask. I play with very little mods. Otherwise, anything you guys don't understand, let me know. We'll do our best to help you understand. And the big thing with this is that this map, you normally would have 12 to 16 geysers, depending on if you get a mod or not. This lab map has 34. So there's going to be a lot of taming to be done. We already have some volcano tamers set up. We have a weird vacuum salt water. We're using the salt water from here, desalinating it and keeping the buildings cool at a nice 95 so that we don't actually have to run a cooling loop for this. This is feeding into our electrolyzer spawn. But yeah, we're just going to be pumping the water right away so that we could keep up with the plants. Otherwise, though, we're going to be doing some work on our iron volcano tamer that broke. I want to say we're fine here now, though. Yeah, we should be fine. I'm going to leave the ladder inside. This should be okay. Okay, try to get that done. Nothing inside last sweep. Yeah. Looks like everything is clean on the inside. We're just going to seal it up. That way the cooling from the aqua tuner works out a little bit better. These are all off. Good, good. And then we're just going to be pumping up the water that's spilling down from up top. Oops. There we go. Should be good. There's a geyser that we're going to deal with later. We're going to have to start pumping this natty gas in a little bit. And then there's a lot of CO2 from the ethanol. Okay. So we are going to cut the power. Dump a bottle so the pipeline's empty. And then there should be no... Oh, there is a little bit. That's fine. Let's remove this. We shouldn't need ethanol long term. We just needed to do that for a small chill box that we were going to be making. Let's dig out those two. That way we could climb up. And we know that we're going to want to run a wire here. I guess we could make this insulated as well. Because we do have some weird power line setups we're going to want to do. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Extra line on the side. Okay, we could do something weird here then. Because we'll probably want to run this up. Run that to there, run that to there. Trim this, run that down, run that over. And then this line, run that on this side, so we do it like that. We want to do a reverse feed for some of the turbines so that the power gets put into the battery bank that we would have. Reverse feed the transformer. So it's usually you feed it to the top, but we're feeding it to the bottom so that we could run the power feed in backwards. Should be no issue. And then I think we'll do it like that. Then we'll run this, that. Yeah, we can't reach. Put a ladder there. Okay, let's chop this up. Chop this up. And then that's a double feed back. Okay, so that means we could chop this. Get rid of those wires. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chop that up. That goes... Oops. This goes in... There is power, but we don't want that running in. And then these need to feed into the setup. Make it a little flush, like that. Alright, so it's weird because it's a reverse transformer, but we'll probably want to set it up like that. Let's clean this up too. Put a bridge right there. Just have some nice wiring. And then the two aqua tuners, separate line. A little bit of lag. So that to there, that to there. We have a free line. We could actually run that up here if we need to. Alright, we're ready to dig this now. We're gonna run the res right there. We're gonna need to start dumping CO2. Let's run a couple of these. Yeah, 3's fine. We'll start moving the CO2 manually. Just want to make sure this is running well. It's looking pretty good. 80, 90, 96. So we're going to deal with the steam later. What happened here was kind of weird. This iron volcano was here at the beginning. And since it's the Molier, it was erupting at cycle 10. So for 700 cycles, it was erupting with no consequence. And that was because we were far away from the biome. It heated up the biome from a nice like 75 degrees to 180. So we had to dump in a lot of water to cool it down. And we actually made a lot of steam. So we decided to isolate the area and deal with it later. And later is now. We probably want to start opening up some of the steam pockets. Alright, let's try this. We'll have this open, we'll have contact here. So a little bit siphons out. We don't want to overwhelm the water and heat up everything way too hot. Okay, that got dug. Alright, here is going to be weird. We're going to be doing a gas line bridge and then run it past. The bridge is going to give us priority to fill up these reservoirs that are going to feed into this line. So that way we always get pressure. Green signal if it's above 1,000. We could actually plug that in then. There's no water anyways. Though we can actually start running this. Eruption in 0.6. Alright, we'll do it. Oh, the steam is at 100 degrees? How? What in the world? Dude, the steam's too cool. Oh, no, bro. That's not good. That means it's not gonna erupt. Oh, man. Oh, no, bro. We have a bad situation. Alright, so we do have power here. It's not a big deal. We are gonna be cool. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 20 degrees, 20 degrees. That's fine. No, it's not. Well, it's basically, it was inside the box. There's no radiant piping touching the inside. It's all insulated tiles. Did we leave it alone for that long and started cooling down? Water is pretty reactive. Kind of. Okay, so the play is probably... We're going to need to start pumping it out. We're going to need to do a oil lock somewhere. This is probably fine. And then we're just going to pump up the steam and release it here. Power lines should not cool. There is no cooling or heating in power lines. That's the thing that's weird. 300 grams. Perfect. So we're going to move that to here once we can. I mean, it is what it is. We're going to start dumping CO2 into here. Alright, we have this at 40 degrees, and then it can feed into the pinch of pepper nuts. Overheat, that's down here. So it's, I didn't do anything, it's just the gold that we're gonna have to tackle later. Alright, we're gonna empty this so we can do a drop lock without having gases go in. Because otherwise we're gonna have to pump out everything and that's gonna be a pain. Okay, so it touches a tile. That means we don't actually have to... And then it heats it back up. Alright, so let's sweep the stuff out. First things first. How much time do we have before it erupts? Oh, it's erupting! What? Wait, no, dude. That timing is so bad. Because it's not hot enough. Oh, dude. Okay. Kick on, dude. Dude, what is that timing? Alright, we do have to active pump. Oh my god, this is so bad. There's such a high chance that... Yeah, we gotta do it down here. There is such a high chance that it breaks in the pipes that I gotta use insulated. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It really do be like that though sometimes. Hate to see it. Alright, so we did want to do a little bit of shenanigans here. We're gonna have to open this. We're gonna want to build this. Okay. Can we do a high level pro strat? I don't think we can. We'll attempt it though. Oh, they're two different. Okay, we can't do anything about that. Okay, we will build this there. Connect the joint plate. This is still in a vacuum. Let's move out the stuff. I gotta build this and then we gotta decon that. Steps at a time, steps at a time. Moving in. CO2, let's go. Temperature to CO2 is not gonna matter too much. It's all about getting the pea water in. 90 degrees. It's chilling pretty fast. Alright, let's do 50. Totally not sneezing. Totally not having allergies IRL. Alright, we should be good. Thank you, thank you. Dude, it's mad hot. Disable auto repair. Let's just unplug this for now. Let's get this all moved out fast. Let's move out the stuff. We can remove the vents. Alright, and then we gotta reseal this. It's kind of hot, just a little bit. It's all CO2 down here too. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we're only pumping, say 500. That way we keep up with the production. This is gonna condense on its own. And we just kind of have to leave it by itself for a while. Okay, 47 degrees. We could start planting our pinch pepper nuts soon. Not bad. So we're moving in CO2 because we have a lot from the smokers early on. And this also means we could start making a smoker line from here directly into the bottom. We will want that. This is a good pipeline for that. And this is also going to be the same thing. The natty gas gens. We're likely just going to connect that. Okay, good stuff. This is getting a little warm. I guess that's fine. It was cold before. Alright, now we're just waiting for this to erupt again. We won't grow the pinch of pepper nuts till later. Oh yeah, we don't have this ready. We're gonna want to run a gold loader here and connect the rail. This is going to be phosphorus so that we could fertilize the wheezewort. That way these could actually just do some passive cooling in the background. There we go. So this is generating power for us. It's kind of nice. So we're dumping the power. Oh, we haven't connected the battery yet. So this tile will sweep that, rebuild this. I should be able to reach standing on that tile. Okay, just a little bit of water to mop up. Buildings so that this is not going to bop the wires. Alright, so we're tamed. Effectively, the water gets stored so that we could run the carbon skimmer. That water gets chilled, and then we store the water. And then once we have enough, we'll feed the pinch of pepper nuts. Let's clean that up. Let's clean up the drop of oil there as well. This will naturally cool down. Oh yeah, power. Yeah, we will need to put a power wire right there. So this is not a lot. We could actually power other buildings on this. This is AQ line, AQ line. This is a reverse feed. You cannot actually get up to 4K, so it's fine. This is 1320 for the AQ. So we would have a lot of room for buildings. Okay, should be good. Let's clean this up. Let's also get a drainer here. Get that connected. And then that is going to be this aqua tuner. When you fill up an aqua tuner cooling line, you don't actually want to run the aqua tuner while the pipeline is getting filled, because that's going to jam it. So we're just doing a little bit of precautionary setup. We are actually going to be running a low temp of carbon dioxide. 41. 41 plus 14 is what? 34? So we can minus 30. Let's go minus 32. Be a little safe. And then that means this is going to be ethanol. Just because, well, yeah, 32 should be fine. We just need it to be cold. The temperature actually doesn't matter. Alright. We probably do fit another reservoir here and run the ladder a little bit lower. Okay, so this is ready. Dig this. Well, maybe not that. Start bopping that. Hold on buildings. We're not going to need this power wire anymore. Might need that ladder to reach everything though. Ooh, what a snipe. Ooh, telekinesis. And then what can I put here that would make sense? It's not much, to be honest. This is just running so we could chill down the steam from the polypress, so it's not going to be a problem. Also make the petroleum, right? Thing is that I don't have anything to do with the water from the polypress. Run it down there. I actually don't know how much water that's going to be. Either, oh, that got done. Let's go. Clean, nothing, and it's a vacuum. Good stuff. We're going to prep up the wire right here so that we can start charging the power in the batteries that we're generating. Okay, this is going to be ethanol. We should still have some from earlier. Yep, 5 tons. This is still rocking. Looks pretty good. A little bit of a power issue. Because it's trying to re-chill this while the volcano is inactive. It's going pretty well. We will seal up the chlorine soon. And then from here, we do want to dig up some more space. That's going to come into here, so we don't need to do the canister filler anymore. Then we're going to need another line. We might run it through here, because it's going to be for the smoker buildings. That actually works pretty well. We could run it above, and then just connect it right there. Yeah, we're still running that. We will want to rerun this reservoir for the cool natty gas that we're going to get soon. Soon! Sandstone. And then the CO2 is going to be automated. That's going to be so nice. The only thing might be is just adding more water. We could actually just put a bottle drainer right here for any extra water we might want to consume. Very likely how we'll want to run that. And then we're going to open up another 5 tiles here. We're going to put insulated tiles at the bottom. And then we're going to have to run this line into the bottom so that we could chill the CO2 for the bees to eat anything extra. At some point, this is going to back up. So, right, this is running non-stop. This is going to be running non-stop. And then we're just going to need to chill the stuff. Okay, so this is ready. Once we remove the bridge, we could run it. There we go. Let the aqua tuners run. So this is going to take a while to chill. but having it running is good. Steam inside's getting to about 150. This is not close to maxing out yet. And this is only going to be active as this is running. Not bad. That got built pretty fast. All right, let's do this. There we go. We're gonna wait for autosave lag. There we go. This is gonna be empty. Get rid of this. Just to make this a little bit neater, we'll line that up. No consumers here. We could bop this now. Run that through. I'm thinking about whether or not we chill the water. We could also run this water, because it's going to be kind of warm, as a feed into here. That actually might be the play. It's just going to be a little bit hard running that pipeline out. We would probably want to run it through this way. Run it straight down and over. Let's argue that's how we want to do it. So we run it like that. We'll eventually get the pipeline in. Run it through the tiles. Yeah, we'll run it through the tiles. Run it down the middle. Technically, we could hide the pipes that way, and that's not bad. And then just have that connect. Okay, so this is safe to go inside. Let me seal this up. Let's put a full surround on this. And then I might want to have like a small area here, just in case. If the tamer breaks again, I want to be able to go inside, right? We'll leave this here for now. And then we'll open this up so that we could run the pipe in the back. The only thing is that I wish I would have a sensor for this. Oh man, 24, okay, that's fine. There's a lot of water, so it's gonna take a long time for that to heat up. And then we'll get to chill this box until then. A little bit of cleanup with the sweeping. So we're not gonna run that power line anymore. Clean this up. This is gonna be for a steel pump for the natty gas. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to run the natty gas back. That's right. That's kind of funny. We're gonna have to run a natty gas line from here because we're gonna pump it up from the oil res. And then we need this CO2 line to add on. Classic stuff. That doesn't need to be in the tiles. We just run that straight probably. Same thing there. Run this up. Run that there. That's a bridge. And then it should be feeding in this way. Is that bad? Yeah, there's a lot I can't reach. Okay, so here, here. That's in reach. And then it's these that I can't reach, and that's gonna be that ladder. Okay. That is the natty gas mechanical filter. This was from the ethanol distiller. We're not going to have this much CO2 in real time. And then we're going to have to start moving this natty gas to the bottom. We're going to actually run out of natty gas. This is kind of wild. It's been so long since it's been like that. Whoa, there's an angry crab. Where's the egg? Not this one. This one. Let's put this guy on the ledge. We should be barely keeping up. And one desalinator is all we needed, huh? That's kind of crazy. Just one. Alright, I'm also thinking we might want the bottom room to be part of the build. That means I did mess up right here. And then we need to seal this, and then we're gonna let all the gas back in and keep vacuuming. Okay, pipeline's being made. This is at 60. It's an improvement. Wait for that. This is getting hotter. We're gonna have to hope for this to not run as often. This one on the right. Should be good though. CO2's adding in. We're still skimming. That way we get more CO2. So the thing with this is, I guess we should start planting. We'll do the 10 for the amount this generates, and then we'll maybe add more water in from here. This seal is pretty much ready. We're just gonna run it like that, make it a little weird. Small little space just in case it breaks. And then we'll open everything up. This is gonna be a pressure based. Oh, does this overheat? It does not, so it's melting point. Okay. This building doesn't work once the gas pressure gets to 5 kilograms and up. So because of that, I need to pump up the natty gas. And then another thing is that we might want to run temp shift plates onto the polypress, so that anytime it releases steam in the area, it immediately chills down and then falls to the bottom. Because I don't want to pump steam, right? It's going to break in the pipes, most likely. Alright, we'll let them work on that. Sweep out some of the stuff inside. Okay, that's just going to merge together. Alright, the one thing is, I hope this works properly. What I mean when I say that is that this might cause a jam, and it might do left side and then this is right side. Hopefully that's not a problem. Pink unitard? Sure. Going pretty well. Pipelines coming in. Temperature of everything is good. This is not running anymore because it's idle. That means the steam gets to chill back down. Nice. Pretty good, pretty good. Oh yeah, we were going to do the bees over here. Yeah. Maybe we do it like this. Like this side's a vacuum, so it's not a big deal. Let the water spill. And then hopefully there's no ethanol there. Yo! Meowasis. Aren't cats afraid of water? Hold up, man. How does that work? What's going on, Meowasis? Welcome in. Shout out to you. Hello, playing some AoE 4. Yo, I see you over there. Does that mean Andy is somewhere in chat? Shout out to Andy. Because I was going to say, how did you find our channel? You're playing AoE 4. The only person I could blame would be Andy. So thank you, Andy. I guess that's good blame. But yo, man, how was the stream? Talk to us about the AoE 4. Andy was trying to get me to play. And there's just so many games I need to play right now. Right now we're on like a Hollow Knight thing. So we're doing a little bit of that. But I do remember my youth playing a lot of Age of Empires. The OG first one that came out back in like 95, 90, 91, something like that. I found it randomly. I played the Oxygen game when it first came out. Oh, that's awesome. Wasn't even Andy. Wow. That's cool. So, yo, welcome in. Welcome in. Appreciate the raid. Bringing the community over. Share with ours. When I did play a little bit of AoE 4, I found that Order of Dragon is probably going to be my civ of choice. AoE 2, dude, man. You still watch? Dude, not only do I feel like AoE, the original, was where it's at, I also watch a lot of, what is his name? T9000. He does the casting for a lot of the random definitive edition games. And it's just, it's so meme, dude. It really is, but it's fun times at the same time. Shout out to T9000, man. I'm happy about the tournaments that we2 is getting. Dude, it's popular, man. I feel like I'm old school, though. T90, not 9000. My bad. I'm thinking Robocop. I'm not gonna lie, man. StarCraft 1 is still mad popular. AoE 2 Definitive Edition still mad popular. It makes me think, man, the old school games, they hit a sweet spot of like game balance and not too much fluff. So shout out to that, man. I have a soft spot for those old games. I still watch the Korean StarCraft 1 League because it's mad entertaining. But yo, man, shout out to you, Meowsis. I gotta ask, you say you played a little bit of Oni. Any questions you have, you may ask. I'd be happy to help if you need the help or want the help. Otherwise, though, appreciate the raid, bring the community over. You got to take care of business, man. All good. I know a lot of times, you know, in my case, when I'm done with streams, my cat's like, hell yeah. It's time, fam. Head rubs. And he will demand all the head rubs. So I know that if you have a kitty cat, yo, man, take care of business. Don't let me stop you. Feed the kitty cats. Make sure they have the foods. Honestly, 3? That's like a great number. I have 1, and he's an all-black Scottish Fold. You can't even see him. I could try to put him on camera right now. But I have a black beanbag. And he's right on top. You can't see him. You can kind of see him. He's on the blanket. So he has his little cozy beanbag that he likes sleeping on. You could kind of see him. Hey, the all-black kitty cat. He's a all-black Scottish Fold. Which is why it's like my emotes, the ears are a little bit bent over. It's not that he's a dog. People sometimes look at my emotes and be like, oh, is that a dog emote? Like, no, man. I just have a Scottish Fold. But yeah, he's been the best kitty cat I've had. We're gonna let him rest. He's a cutie pie. But yeah, he has this biological clock figured out where I end the stream at the same time. And he knows. He starts meowing. Like, dude, stream's over. It's what are you doing, man? It's time. You gotta cook dinner and give me some. And then, you know, head rubs. He knows what time it is. I have a normal cat. A Dexon Rex. Devon Rex. Oh, I am not too familiar with that breed. Not gonna lie. I do not know the dinosaur names. I've never heard of those breeds before. It's a funny looking one. Funny looking. I don't know, man. The kitty cats, I think they're all beautiful. I feel like if I could choose 3 breeds, I would have a ragdoll, I would have a Scottish fold, and then I would try to get a either the Sphinx cat, the one with no fur, or just a random tux or something. But yeah, for the most case, 3 cats is a great spot. I feel like a lot of times you'll have one cat that just has the most personality out of the 3. And they're gonna always want to just change up, like kind of ADHD style, who they're around. You're always gonna have one cat that just wants to be chill. And then you're gonna have another cat that's kind of like in between those two. Like he's like, okay, today's a chill day. And then tomorrow's like, okay, we're gonna be hanging out. And I feel like having 3 allows it so that they kind of have a lot of like interaction without humans being there. I feel like it's kind of nice. What's going on, YSH? Infinite power almost. I need to connect my power line. We also need to fix that. Is the steam turbine running in water? Yes, it is. Well, this is not running. You can see that it's on active. We are running a mechanic where we flood it with 3 different layers of water, but we don't hit the flooding threshold. That way we could run radiant pipes on top and then conveyor rails. The water is harder to heat up than your metal tiles, and it's also double the mass. At 200, you get above 200 a little bit. This is only at 100 kilograms, and the stats on the water is a lot better. Specific heat capacity of 4.19 versus SHC of 0.4. So it's a factor of 10. That allows the water to not spike up in temperature, even though there's hot metal behind it. So you get a more consistent output for the metal coming out. That way my metal comes out at 25, it's always going to be 25. That's actually why we do this. Saves a little bit of space. You don't have to run one of these. This I'm running here because that's cooling the igneous we get from the volcano. And we need to be pumping. Yeah, man. The only thing about it is that depending on the volcano, you might want to add a second turbine. Sometimes it's a little bit too much heat. You gotta get a second one. For the one down here, we're running 3. Just to be a little bit overdoing it. But it's working out pretty well. Alright, dump in seal 2. We have water. It just takes time to skim. And then we have nothing to connect the second part to yet. Soon. This is 50 degrees. It's getting there. Alright, time to give it its pea water. Pinch of pepper nuts. Alright, so that technically means this steam vent is tamed. Not only are we consuming the steam immediately, we're converting it to polluted water and then feeding it to these plants. This allows me to also take care of the CO2. we're basically able to take that's coming from our natty gas or from our smokers non-stop, and then we just plug it in, dump that inside. This CO2 is getting skinned with the hot water and giving us pea water. And then as a result, we are looking to do pea water into the plants, because this is a hot water plant from 35 to 85. So now we're just going to be feeding these, and we're going to get pinch of pepper nuts. That actually means I need to allow that into my kitchen storage. That's going to be this one. Pinch of pepper nuts. We'll take it. Sleet wheat grain. Sure. No tough meat, though. Just because we're feeding that to the Rexes. No cooked seafood. No regular meat. Overgrow fix. No, we're feeding that to the lums. No pike apples. We're letting the floxes eat that. Everything else is cooked. That's on this one. Should be good. Off for now. But enjoy the rest of your stream. It was nice to talk about cats. Yo, man, cats are awesome. If I could, I would have 3 cats myself. But I see you over there. Devon Rex is like the Sphinx, but it has short, curly hair. I have never seen a cat with curly hair, dude. That sounds like a travesty. Can you imagine, dude, how often their hair would mat and like tangle if you don't brush it? Goodness. Curly haired cat. That sounds insane. I see you over there, the Meowsis. Appreciate the raid. We're gonna have to check out the stream and then force you to put the kitties on cam. You know how it is, man. But yo, take care of business. Whatever you gotta do post stream. Thank you for the raid once again. Bring the community over, share with ours. And yo, man, take care of business. Whatever you gotta do post streams. Take care of yourself. Say hello to the kitty cats, significant others, whatever it might be. We're gonna extend this a little bit. Wait for this to cool before we abduct one of the bees and get a hive down here. That did the thing I wanted. Nice. So we'll be able to replace the tile and then build another one and push up the ethanol again. And then we're gonna make a couple beehives down here. And then we're gonna run the CO2 into here. And then it could output and dump outside. And then the bees can eat the CO2. That's basically going to be the play. Seems like we have enough water to take care of this. This should be fine. That's going to be coming from there. Alright, are we ready? We're going to go with above 3,000. This is on the line to feed in. I think we're fine to get it started. All right. It's time to let her rip. All right. Releasing natty gas. This is going to release steam. And then it should condense into water and fall straight down. We're waiting for the natty gas pressure to go up. Yep. Immediate condensation. Water. Let's go. So this is just getting the oil from the leaky oil. Let's bump this up to a 7 so people are operating it. There should be nothing they pull in and out outside of the plastic. And then the plastic should never boil anything. Good stuff. Okay, so now we're going to be using the oil, making plastic. We could start getting plastic ladders everywhere. Plastic tiles for run speed bonus. It's going to be nice. So this is safe. We don't have to worry about anything here. So allowing this in and out access is fine. We'll just sweep everything. This is just in case we need to break into the volcano. This should be fair to open now. This is sealed up. Here, here, and here. We're going to connect the heavy watt. Pull that in, start storing the power. Then we will likely want to just open this up. So we will kind of want to do this. This should be safe. Here. Here. Yeah, that's in range. Everything here is safe. And we could open this up finally. Good stuff. A little bit of ice was on the floor. It's still there, actually. Brine ice. Then it's melting, so it's not a big deal. Water's filling up. Let's go. Delivering the phosphorite. We're dealing with the water. So we should actually have a stockpile here. Due to how this is going to be dormant for a small period of time. 80 cycles. Now, we always have the option of just adding in water separately, and we will. It's probably going to be coming in from here. I wish I was able to get a sensor on this. I guess we could build a tile here diagonally. I might want to wait for the oil to go down first before we do that. Yeah, it's taking time for the natty gas to accumulate. That's fine, though. We give it its time. Half steam, half water. Classic situation. Oh, it's a pip. He's gonna go into the pip jail. He's gonna go into the pip jail. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Okay. A little bit of plastic, high pressure vent there. All right, we're gonna want to seal this up. It's because we're gonna expand that into the ranch. We're gonna leave this hot mass there. Can't really do anything about it. 96. We're gonna want regular tiles. So I did have a pipeline inside, but since I'm on buildings only, the pipeline should not be deconstructed. That should be fine. And then we will properly do this here. Finally fix this plastic ladder setup. Regular tile there. This shouldn't matter, and this shouldn't need to be there anymore. Okay, so the wire again, because I'm on buildings, shouldn't have any impact. I like having lip tiles though. And then we have a big area now for all the activities. So much more room for activities, man. Okay, we're going to be hoping to lower the gas pressure, so we just pump up all the natty gas and mix gases there. Hoping that'd be fine. There might be a little bit of a heat issue here, but it should cool down. It might be just because of the water released. Okay. Pea water is looking healthy. Looks like the builds are working out. Dumping in CO2. The only thing I'm considering is we might need a heater for the plants. It's on the lower end of its temperature range. I mean, that's not a problem, though. Ooh, 34. We're almost there. Get that built. Move out the items. This is looking pretty good, man. Weird space there. But I'm thinking putting that tile there is going to be really nice. And then, yeah, random tile space. Maybe I should have this go straight up and just vacuum this out. I mean, we don't need to do that yet. We'll think about that later. Okay, so this pea water we're pumping into the bog bucket, so we don't have to deal with it. CO2 is pretty lukewarm here. Not bad. Dumping the bad gas. Also dealing with the water down here. Ooh, pumped up. No way. We have a lot of water to still stare. Ah. Yeah, it's doing a little bit of cooling. Very little. There's no real problem spilling more water into here so that it makes contacts. We also don't need this setup anymore. The big thing is probably just going to be dealing with the zombie spores, though. That's going to be fun, of course. Autosave lag should be good. Okay, so the CO2 is done. We're waiting for this to cool before we get a beehive. We got to connect some of the wires. And then I think we're done. Oh, well, probably pump at the bottom layer then. Or maybe wait for the gases to move around. I want to get rid of a lot of the bad gas. But we might just have to wait for it to hit the bottom. So far, this area is nice. Sour gas is a shame. So since we're putting the battery tower there, we don't need to do it elsewhere. We're going to open it up finally. We should be safe to do so. Continue up the battery tower. Dig as much as we can. Okay, so that means this is clean. I might be okay to open this up now. It makes a lot of sense. We don't want them digging though, so we do want this not connected. Though I am thinking this might be a good suit zone, maybe not. This random space that we can't really do anything with. Okay. Let the gases in. It's perfectly fine. From up here, and then we can start trimming this back. We'll leave this abyssalite there for now. Go down. Dig all that. Start digging that. This could be dug out now by the critter flux. Okay, all the digs, clearing out space now. Here, here, and then technically it's like that. Because we go up and down the ladder. We don't need this liquid lock anymore. And then batteries are already maxed out. We're going to want more, of course. All right, that's the last one. And then connect the power. Good stuff. Dig this out. Remove those tiles. Clean it up all the space. Alright, cool. We're waiting for this oil to go down, and it will slowly. There is going to be a little bit of a gas control internally we're going to want to do. P-Nugget, welcome in. Going to be moving in the gases. Okay, this area... Yep. Almost done. Wait, what? Almost done. This is going to be for the plug slug babies soon. I don't think we filter these. We just run all the eggs in the same spot. I am thinking about doing a Pokeshell fight club. We could make an arena with the Pokeshell and the egg always active. And then the logic is simple. We allow all the slugs that we don't want inside so they can evolve via Pokeshells. And the reason why is because the slugs are not even. The regular plug slugs consume 60 and give you 3k. The other ones only consume 30. So they consume half. They give you proportional amount of hydrogen, but we don't want them to be eating slow. We want them to eat fast. So we're going to probably try to do a thing where regular plug slugs we feed at the bottom. And then the smog and the sponge gets put into the Pokeshell Fight Club. I'm late to the party, but I've been addicted to Belatro. Hey! I see you over there, man. Dude, don't worry. Belatro, while it's a great fun time with the roguelike card mechanics, I feel like a lot of the roguelike games, it's very much... Man, how do I say this? It feels like it's a binge game, where it's like a lot of the fun is on the initial release. Or the initial part that you get it, and you binge it. Now, it's not that it's bad. It's just that after you binge it, I feel like it loses a little bit of its, like, flair. Like, after you get through the game. Because I remember when I was like, dude, this is pretty fun. And then after a while, I was like, you know what, man? I could put this down for a while. I've dodged that bullet. But yeah, I feel like that's a lot of times the roguelike game. You want to figure it out. At least that's how I am. I want to figure out what it is I need to do to get better. But then once you figure it out and go through it a couple times, it's kind of like, okay. But hey, man, glad you're having fun with the game. Once you unlock enough cards, enough of the jokers and all that, man, and you start knowing the good combos. Not that it gets easy, but it becomes kind of like Slay the Spire. Where it's like at some point, not that it gets boring, but it's not as bright of a light as it once was. That's how most roguelikes and roguelites are for me. Once I've seen and done all the things, I'm never touching it. Yeah. That's kind of what they want, though. They want you to kind of get addicted immediately and binge a lot of hours. Like, that's kind of the point of those games, I feel like. Alright, we are going to do slugs. Copper. Alright, we're going to give up copper, boys. We have gold, we have iron, we have cobalt. We're going to sacrifice the copper to the slugs. It's time, dude. I am also not having any slugs inside it. We're just going to feed up the feeders. I still want to vacuum everything. YCK, welcome in. Yo, YCK, man, I beat Hollow Knight. I played it for another hour last night, and then I beat it. I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. Man, we got this color gradient right here. Looking nice. Blue, green, orange. Blue, green, yellow, orange. A little bit of red right there. It's okay for the game to end. You can always come back years later just for good old times. I replay Subnautica Bioshock at least once every year. Have another game like that too. Ori Blind Forest, another game like that. Dude, my game was probably Pokemon, dude. I'm not even kidding. The OG Pokemon Silver. Sometimes I'm just like, man, when I was young, before you know, everything was on Steam and on the internet, I would just play Pokemon Silver, dude. And it's like, man, I'm just gonna start over. I'm gonna play as Chikorita and actually get bodied by the first gym leader. You know how it is, man. You know, Totodile just bodies everything. Just gotta give it Ice Punch. It's like, oh man, it's so good. And then it was like, okay, we'll play with a harder setup. Let's not use a starter and use one of the level ones from the first route. And you start doing like random challenge runs. For me, it was like the OG Pokemon games, man. That stuff was mad fun. I have so many games that I don't have time to replay them usually. That's the case now. As I've gotten older and gone through more of the Steam summer sales and all that, you just accumulate so many games. Dude, I probably have like a good chunk of games that I got during a sale because it was a package that I've never touched. It really do feel like that, man. Like, I've never played the game. It's just sitting in the library. I feel like I have so many games like that. Alright, this is getting there. You actively maintain your library. I see you over there. I don't do that. I just have all the games sitting all the time. I replay Need for Speed 2. After 15 years, my youth has flashed from my eyes when I race there. Oh my god. I wonder, man. Is there a game that you've always played? I feel like that's so rare. A game that you have always played when you were young, and even now that you're older, you're still playing it. I feel like there's not really a lot of games that kind of fulfill that category. Like, not only is it still alive, there's a good player base, people are still playing it, and it's evolved throughout the years. League of Legends. Dude, sometimes I'll look at the old school, one of the first MMOs I've played, and be like, yo, man, that's nostalgic. I remember playing that when I was young. I'll look at it and be like, oh, man, yeah, Maple Story. Damn, I remember the graphics. And then I remember how bad of a grind it was. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to play that. What's going on, Pancakes? Welcome in. No, not only that, but it's also maintained your attention span at that time too. It's like, beyond it still being up and active, it's also a game that you would play. Like, if it was, like, I guess for you, racing game, it could be something like Trackmania, where you, man, how do I say it? Like, you played it when it came out on an old version, and then it's like the new one came out, you played it, and it's been around for like a decade, and you're still playing it. You could even argue World of Warcraft kind of fulfills that at this point. Maybe you play during OG Classic, and then now it's like you're playing the relaunch of Classic. You know what I'm saying? My nuts, they be growing. Maybe I will get one more. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. Oh, this is active again. Making waters. Oh, I heard there was a thing where you can't play a lot of the old school OG games because they used to run on an old version of DirectX. And then like new Windows 11, Windows 10, they don't have that because they never had to download it. No, this is broken. Not like this. No, this broke somehow. God damn it. Alright, we're gonna have to fix this, boys. Luckily, this is a vacuum. That is unfortunate. No, you can. It's just that you have to find like a old school patch for the Windows to get DirectX. And you could still play it. It's just that you have to find someone slash something that has that. Not that you can't, it's just, you know, there's a lot of extra steps. Yep. And then you gotta trust the files they tell you to download off of GitHub. It's like, yo, trust me. This is legit. And like, you know what? I don't know, man. They look kind of suspect. Steam has that in a package. Oh, they do. Huh. That's actually really cool if they do. I didn't know that. I did not know that they had their own little package system for that. Alright, we're gonna have to probably bop the canisters here. And then maybe put a new set of gas reses to kind of accommodate this. Yo, man, back in the days. Back in the days, man. The files did not take that long to install. Back in the days, man. We used to have CDs that were less than a gig. And we could install the game still. Y'all don't remember this. We used to have multiple CDs off of a CD-ROM that doesn't exist anymore. And it would say, insert disc 2. Dude, man, that's at the point kind of like at rotary phones. That's what that kind of reminds me of. Like, dude, man, back in the days, we used to have payphones in the streets before we had cell phones everywhere. Oh my god, did you used to rip and burn with Nero? I see you over there. I see you over there, man. Back in the day, you put a CD into a console and you're able to play. Nowadays, you have to install an update. Dude, yeah, that's the worst thing. You would think, man, that consoles don't have that problem. That's the insane thing with that. The world runs on the internet, man. Alcohol 120%. Dude, that's OG too. Goddamn. I own games that had 4+ CDs to put in and out of disc tray when installing. Oh, dude, Final Fantasy VII, dude. Yeah, Abductor knows. The Final Fantasy days, man. Having to install the files for that. That's OG right there. OG, triple OG, Final Fantasy. Blu-ray was short-lived, dude. Zip drives were short-lived. The same year zip drives came out, USBs came out. And then zip drives all died off. Shout out to zip drives. No one knows what I'm talking about. So sad. Alright, we're gonna have to bop this line. Daemon tools. Zip drives were like large floppy disks. That was exactly what it was. Alright, boys, we're gonna have to do a weird glitch fix. Small issue, just a small issue. Alright, there's a tile there that we can't interact with. So, we're gonna have to save load, boys. It's time. Alright. Do you guys remember when RAM chips were only 8 megabytes? Like, yo, man, 8 megabytes of RAM? That's so much. I could run Age of Empires on that. Dude, let's go. We could run AoE. Dude, StarCraft's coming out. Oh my goodness. You know you're OG, triple OG, if you have Doom on floppy. Nowadays, you run Doom on a smart fridge. But do you have it on a floppy disk, man? I remember when I was little and I found out about, there it is. You see that tile? We're gonna have to fix this. When I was little and I found out there was this thing where you could, like, before content creators and guides were a thing. Another tile got boxed. Before all that was a thing, there was game facts, FAQs, and you would go there to look up like guides, how to find Mew behind the truck in Pokemon Yellow. You know what I'm saying? How to unlock Missing No and stuff like that. And it was one of those things where it was like you otherwise had no other way of finding out how, but people would make these guides and put it on the website. Back in the days, you didn't have the internet 24/7. So I remember, man, going to the library, paying like $1 to use the printer, and printing everything out. I had a binder. I still have this, where it was plastic like slips that you would put a full sheet in and it would protect the paper. I would literally have a binder of just that, of a guide, dude. Oh my god. I remember going through that. And I think the game I was playing was Digimon on the PlayStation 1. The OG Digimon, dude. I remember that. Can I not reach this? It's unreachable. Okay. We're gonna put a ladder there and bob this tile. But yeah, man, the OG Digimon, we would do that. Alright, a lot of stuff that's hot here. Nothing that's too hot. Everything's manageable. And then that's unreachable again. We might just need another ladder. I don't know how this broke, man. It's breaking every time. Well, not every time. Randomly. Alright, so that should be okay. There's no mouse over igneous here. So I should be okay to build this. The 1300 degrees needs to be relocated. Gaming magazine demos. I have the original Doom game still. Scratch the hell though, but it's a relic, dude. You gotta get like a pic. You gotta get like a picture frame, dude. Dude, how many tons of igneous is that? And frame it. YSK, man. Shh. Don't say anything. Don't say anything, man. This is totally legit. Nothing weird's going on. I'm glad I grew up at the time when PC gaming was only started, so I spent most of my time in my mid-20s outside, not in front of my computer. If I was born 10 years later, I could see myself going from game to game. Dude. Not gonna lie, man. I feel like as a 90s kid, I was in the sweet spot where you didn't grow up with cell phones. So you had the kind of like old school mentality of, you know, going out, hanging out with a friend, doing family activities, right? Barbecues, functions, and all that was more of like what you would want to do. Well, it's like you had the internet. It was just in the beginning, it wasn't easily like, how do I say this? It used to be like you go online, but then, you know, someone calls your house and then boom, you get disconnected. You know what I'm saying, man? Like you would have that happen. Nowadays, it's like someone could call you and you'd be online and it's no problem, right? Like cable is more widely available versus either 56K dial-up. You could play the same story-based game a billion times and not get bored of it. Yeah, that's because back in the days they actually had complete games. They built around, like they made the game assuming that it was never going to get updates. And that's probably the main reason why. You paid every hour of internet using your phone for that? Oh man. It was never that bad for us. I had the Net Zero free CD installation. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That was where it's at, man. You had the legendary Net Zero CD. Yeah, man. Everything is it's so bad nowadays. Pre-order this. Do this and that. And it's like, oh man, what is happening? Nowadays, man, it's all about getting the player to spend money. That's all it is nowadays. How can we get the person who buys this game to spend more money? That's really where we're at right now. All right, a lot of natty. Oh, vacuum is in. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna take a canister of H2. Relocate the hydrogen. We're not gonna need this ladder anymore. We're gonna have 5.4 tons of plastic. It's getting cranked out now, boys. Looking nice. The natty gas will add in as we can. So that probably means I need to empty out the smoker, right? Yep. It's gonna be time. So this is gonna want to go down into here. We will deconstruct that. Oops. And then we're gonna have this input into that, and then we're gonna have to run natty gas from here through to here. Yes. This is gonna run down. We want to run the natty gas this way. Maybe. Wait, hold up. Maybe not. We might want to run it lower. That might make a lot more sense. So we run the gas line here. This gas bridge needs to get removed. We have to power this. And then we're going to run this flowing down, and that's going to have to connect to here at some point. This is going to be going up. Just like that. We're not going to be pumping out of that yet. This is going to be running across. And then into here. Yeah. Okay, that should be good. H2. We're going to be getting a lot more once it's active. I think we do this Pokeshell Fight Club, man. I reinstalled Oni again after a long time and taking it very slow. Only 8 dupes, so not pressure. Just tamed the nat gas vents and 2 water vents nearby. Need to start making oxygen without algae. 15 tons is a lot of time with 8 dupes. Cooling has to be slowly done too. Yo, man, when in doubt, just use a little bit of ice. Realistically, man, just need a little bit of ice. Make the ice temperature plates, and then it should be all gravy. Alright, we could run both desalinators now. We just have too much water that we can't do anything with. Okay, this is gonna be plug slug babies. We're gonna have 8 of them here. We're feeding them in both rooms. We just want them eating extra eggs. And then, yeah, we'll run 2. This is gonna be extra feeding later. That's a good question, man. You playing base game or space now? I've always had a problem with cooling oxygen, so I went to cooling rooms instead. Ah, I see. That's fair. Oxygen is easy to cool. If anything, if you just run regular pipelines, it's just going to adapt to the temperature of the environment. You're gonna get Cult of the Lamb. Yo, man. Hopefully you have fun with that. Cult of the Lamb, baby. That's an OG game. Just don't heat it up, true. Base game is, yeah, base game is different. The base game is, you have a lot more leeway of not making the improvements with the base game. Well, that's a good or bad thing. Like, you have a lot more leeway. You're given more, like, time, more space. Everything is usually there that you need. You just kind of have to get lucky. Since you're not guaranteed geysers in the base game. Okay, so I think we will want to do this weird Pokeshell Fight Club. How would I want to do this? Oh, I guess we could do it like that. Yeah, that's an idea. Okay. We are gonna sweep out specific eggs out. And then that is going to go into the Pokeshell Fight Club. Yeah. So we'll just do normal liquid lock setup. That goes there. Buildings. And then insulate that. Yeah. Temperature is not going to matter. We're just going to use insulated. All right, that being said, this is ready now, so we should turn it back on. Magma's starting to accumulate, but it should be working again. Okay. Bottle empty your gold. We're just gonna run a shoot here. Straight line drive. Yeah, that's actually pretty good how that works out. We actually have the power for this too. I personally think spaced out is a little bit easier. Just because it's like, you know what you're gonna get. That's just me though. Also part of that is because part of that's also because it's smaller, so it's less laggy. Not a lot of exploration you actually have to do. $500-degree hydrogen vent. Yo, man. You could do this design where you run the radiant pipe from the steam turbine to cool down hydrogen. I'm actually going to do that at some point. I'm not even kidding. I'm actually planning on doing that at some point. We have a hydrogen vent down here. Once we're ready to tackle the zone, we're going to do a self-tamer, isolated by itself. And that's really nice because it's standalone. You don't need to pull wires out. The only thing you need to do is find something to consume the hydrogen. Even then, it's like, that's not a big deal. You just got to consume. We put the door there. Yes. And then the critter drop off. How much space is this? 52. 52. And Pokeshells are what, 12? So 48. We get 2 Pokies. Yeah, 2 Pokies. No, I've never beat Satisfactory, man. We've always gotten to like the last tier. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Never beat the game, boys. We have never ever. Sponge slug. And then the regular pluck slug. It is. I will say that is kind of like the main thing about the base game. You have to know how to explore, or the fact that you need to in order to do well. Now we're running out of natty gas. We need to empty out this before we get everything else added in. I know, I played it a bit. I see you, I see you. Alright, for the most part... Okay, it's this natty gas we gotta turn on. Start feeding this in. The AQ is already running, so everything is nice. And it's just power we need from up here. Alright, we shouldn't need any more gas. We could start bopping this. Start cleaning up this area. And then tame this geyser finally. Okay. Mop this up. Remove the automation. Tile, tile, tile. Pop this. The bionics was... It's one of those things, man. I feel like bionics was cool. But at the same time, I wish it was more linear and not branching path. Because it was basically... The bionics was like a different type of dupe, right? I was hoping it was going to be something like Rimworld-ish. Where you could have surgery on normal dupes and give them a bionic upgrade. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was hoping for. I mean, we didn't get that, but that's what I was hoping it would be. Like, you play your normal game, and then you could, like, make them stronger than normal. By giving them, you know, enhanced abilities. Unfortunately, though, it was not like that. But yeah, that was what I was hoping for. Alright, let's relocate this guy to here. Let's open up these doors. CO2. Alright. I think we're kind of ready. So we are going to start wrangling our slugs. Oh man. What do you think is the upcoming DLC is going to be about? Did they say that there's going to be another DLC? I want something related to away team. I don't really care what it is. I just want it to be related to that. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Yep. Terraria like Oni away team. Thank you, Captain Jack. Appreciate you. Alright, we're gonna make this room a little bit larger because I'm a little bit awkward. I low-key, man. That's kind of what I wanted. Something related to a away team. Doesn't have to be, but I think it'd be pretty cool. If they do that, I want to be able to send a dupe into a temporal tile and unlock a dupe skin in that game. Dude, that'd be cool. They came out with a new dupe. And can you imagine it's like... You send a dupe to the temporal tear. And you know how you get the rocket debris coming back out? That rocket debris contains the away team. Like that specific dupe. You know what I'm talking about? Like you get a new dupe unlock like that. Either way though, I'm not really sure if I have anything I want. Everything is more or less is going to be kind of like... It would be cool to have, but I wouldn't be too mad if I didn't have it either. We're gonna change this up slightly. We're gonna lower the liquid lock. Oh no. I'm surprised they did not add any more asteroid events. Hermit excavation, pajamas. Oh. Story traits? Those were... How do I say this? There's nothing wrong with story traits, but I feel like it was more so kind of like Clay's way of dealing with not releasing additional DLCs. And now that they are releasing new DLCs, I think they just don't want to do as much story traits anymore. Like, while that was cool, adding in more events like that, I feel like that's just more so they were pigeonholed into that after they said that they didn't really want to do, you know, paid DLCs. And now that they are, they stopped doing the other one, right? It was one or the other. Now, we did get a new story trait with the Molier, but that was kind of like an event than anything else, right? It wasn't like, oh yeah, that is interaction of some sort like that with a building. It was really just survive the meteor crash. I mean, I like the event though. The Molier was nice. Oh no, bro. Did we just delete the water? But I'm not gonna lie, man. I was really hoping for something like a ISS station. You know? Okay, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to have like the option of making a space station. It would have been cool if it was something like instead of getting a meteor, you would get a aircraft from another dupe timeline. And it's not a normal rocket. The technology was just fundamentally different, and they have like a different type of rocket. And they contact your colony. And then it becomes a thing where it's like, we gotta help them survive. Use the interplanetary launcher to send them food. You know, gotta send them oxygen. Our oxygen reserves are gonna last till cycle 315. We need your supplies to help extend this. And then it becomes like a thing where it's like, oh yeah, we have a damaged engine. We could move 10 more tiles. But after that, I don't think we were gonna be able to repair it. And then it's like some dialogue where they go, oh, we could repair it if you have this resource, but you don't have it in your planetary galaxy. So it becomes a thing where you could get like a spaceship that you could move limitedly, and it becomes a new planet. At some point, you can't move it anymore, and then it just becomes a planet that doesn't get meteor showers. So then you'd be able to launch a rocket, dock, add supplies. And it could be kind of like the mini base mod where you get like a 50 by 10 tile space. And it's just the interior of like the mothership. I would have wanted something like that, where you have some sort of space interaction. Something along the lines of like having to help them supply or help them repair a build. But it's like, you know, I'm asking for a lot. Asking for a lot. All right, plug slugs. We're in, boys. So we are going to be getting our eggs. Let's start moving the eggs. There's 2 more. 1. These are not tame. And then the other one. There we go. Imagine after with some survivors, other 2 colony that's falling apart and you need to fix it for reward. I mean, not even fix for reward. I feel like to have just like a relationship with them. So that they allow you into their airspace. And they otherwise don't do much. You just gotta provide them with oxygen generation somehow. And then it's something like they have a unique building on the planet that you otherwise can't get access to that allows you to do something. Like imagine this was the building that converted steel to iridium. And it allowed you to basically upgrade your steel. Like, would you want that? Yeah, all we gotta do is just feed it steel when it comes out as iridium. But they can't relocate the building, so you have to go there to do it. And then that forces you to kind of set up like a space package traveling setup, interplanetary launchers, right? Targeting beacon, get the launchers out. Load up the stuff, send out the stuff. Yo, Clayman, I got the ideas. If you guys are out there listening. Got some ideas, man. You know what it is. There should be a player skill tree. Skill tree. I mean, we have one. Just not the same skill tree. Some mini quests would make each run more memorable. Prefer one expansion DLC. I didn't think that I need to expand into the directions. We got more critters, biomes, research. Size is enough already. How would you make a mini quest memorable though in this game? That's kind of what it comes down to. How do you make it something that people would generally enjoy? Have enough of a reward where the players would want to try to do it without being forced into. But at the same time, not something you're going to get tired of because it's, you know, you do it that often. We are at 4. All right, there should be 2 babies here. Other 2 are elderly. And then this guy. And that should be 7. These guys are the same age. I guess we could wrangle this guy. One for the colony. Dude. Tree for the printing pod. Yo. Make it so that it's not cycle based. For you to, like, if you don't want to wait till cycle 500 to get the unlocks. If you complete one of these objectives, you get the option to unlock it. So it's like there's a certain list of items in a catalog that doesn't get printed out until you get to past cycle 500 or you discover the item. Make it so that if you do Home Sweet Home, you could unlock that immediately and don't have to wait. That way you get the chance of printing out the items. But then you have to do something for it. So Home Sweet Home would probably be the easiest. And that would just be like, you wouldn't have to do too much. Just make the unlock a skill tree checkbox. Exclusive buildings and dupes would be cool. Add in the original stats for the original dupes. You get a printout OG Marie back in the Gravitas environment. You get the printout OG Marie with her OG stats. And it'd be the same dupe every time. Alright, the slugs are in. They're eating the coppers. Looking good. Ethanol minus 32. This is ready. We might be... Yeah, we have a lot of CO2 still. It looks like the CO2 from the smoker and the natty gas is a lot. This is almost done. Alright, I'm gonna try to get that hooked up today. So that means we gotta get the natty gas line here. Let's run it inside the tile. And then we don't have to run that there. We could run it off of the top for now. And we just cut the line here. Try to get that built. Try to get that in. And then... How big is the hive? Too wide. And then do a door here. I guess we just do 2. 1 here, 1 here. Yeah. And then from here, we want to continue going up. Now, this would be cold, so I'm not really too worried. We just want to build everything out first. But yo, man, a lot of ideas. Don't think we'll actually get that, though, is the problem. You know, you gotta let Clay cook, dude. You gotta let him cook. Alright, back over to here. We're not gonna need this. We're gonna want to mop this up. It's coming soon. There's the oxygen not included near you. I wonder if they might take a break from DLCs just so that they could work on Away Team. Because I've heard nothing about Away Team. Not that I expect to hear something, but it was like, I really want that game to come out. I kind of do, man. I kind of do. Alright, so the amount of hydrogen we're going to get is just going to keep going up because these guys. It's on the Steam ID thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. They have the file already, named/uploaded. It's kind of like how MMORPGs will take a trademark so that they could publish the game, but they will do that like 6 months ahead of time before the game launches. I remember when people would data mine that, dude, back in the days. People would data mine that exact thing to see when things get released. Back in the days, man. I just realized my sauna Steam box loop is slowly cooling down. The Steam's at 119. I hate this. Yep. That's the thing about that, man. It's tough. You end up having to do a lot of weird things to prevent heat transfer, and then even then you would have to temper the pipeline/tile itself. I remember having to deal with that, man. It's tough. That's why I don't like the sauna, nor I like the hot tub. It's just, man, it's rough, man. It really is. Okay. Liquid carbon dioxide, liquid chlorine. I don't know if I'll be able to avoid that. Oh, autosave lag. So I think this is going to be the play. We dig up here so this falls down. So the thing you might have to do is do insulated ceramic pipes inside of insulated tiles. So back in the days, we used to play with the top of the map would have space ice. And that is the biome where right before the shovels, you have like igneous dirt and random minerals, but it's like minus 60. That temperature used to liquefy CO2. The thing I had to do was insulate the wall and run the insulated pipe through it. And that was the only way for me to prevent the CO2 from liquefying. So that I could have an active, you know, pipeline of CO2 that feeds into the rocket early game. I had to specifically do that. Otherwise, I would always liquefy. You might actually have to do something similar. All right, carbon dioxide, and we have a drip lock right there. Perfect. We need to relocate the bee tiny. But we can't reach. So we got to get ladder. Let's go, boys. Do not analyze this. You're going to get stabbed. Looks like it worked. Look at that. The liquid carbon is a liquid lock. Let's go. It's kind of jank that that's a liquid lock, but I'll take it. Yeah, using a 100 grand loop and looping across 3 saunas, that's working okay. Ooh. Oh no! Chlorine! FML, boys. The single bubble of chlorine. I'm gonna hope it floats back up. Because it's a lighter gas than CO2. And then I could just, like, tile it out. Alright, we gotta build this so we get the bees. Yep, the steam is gonna cool down. It was kind of like how the steam inside the box right here went from 500 to 100, even though it's just insulated in a box. That happened to me too, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I will say one thing to watch out for is bridges. Bridges actively had heat transfer, so watch out for that. That includes liquid bridge, automation bridge, and gas bridges, and then conveyor bridges. What I mean is that if you put it like this, the left and right of the tile space has heat transfer of both sides. So the biggest problem happens when you do something like this. You put a liquid bridge like that between the steam room and the room up top, thinking that it's fine. But that actual bridge is doing heat transfer. So make sure you don't have anything like that. Because people are wondering, why is this heating up and my aqua tuner is not keeping up with the temperature? Oh, it's because, you know, the volcano inside is heating everything up. Oh. 1, 2. Let's go, boys. Give me my bees. I'm hoping for a rancher to stop by. Dude, that being said, bees and ranching, I'm thinking Texas. You know what I found out yesterday? Is anyone in Texas in chat? I need to verify if this is legitimate. I was told that in Texas, high schools have barbecue teams that literally enter barbecue competitions and kind of function like a sports team. I was like, what? That's a thing? You got Pitmaster Joe, who's doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is way too warm. No, the bees are the... Oh, he becomes a beta. They're dying, though. Because it's way too warm down there. No. The insulated tiles is too much, huh? We could try to... This is a 2x3. Yeah, he popped. Are you gonna morph? No, he might be hurt. He might be unable to morph because it's so cold. Okay. I got the solution for this. The steam is slowly cooling down and returning water. Yeah, that's tough times, man. There is technically a solution for that. It just kind of sucks that I have to do that. We're going to effectively run a metal tile that we run the aqua tuner loop through. And it should be the solution. I think he's not morphing into the hive because it's too warm. So we would effectively run the cobalt. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. And then we're gonna have to run the pipeline in. Ooh. I'm sneezing. Yeah, this is all chlorine. Feels bad. This bee's gonna pop too. I will likely want a ladder here and here. Yep, can't reach some of them already. Bees popped, unfortunate. Liquid chlorine. I guess we could pump this out now. And then we do want to get the bridge back on here. And then that means we unplug this so we don't jam anything. Let's run ethanol on this. Yep. Liquid chlorine. No, that's liquid nuclear waste. Some of the chlorine might be hot, though. But we will want to pump this out because we're not going to want any chlorine in here. We're going to eventually have this all be... CO2. Should be good, should be good. We just gotta wait for everything to be built. Ethanol's in. We're gonna have to add the ethanol in. It should cool immediately because they're gonna go through the cold box. Radiation pills. I do not. Hopefully I don't need it though. Famous last words. I don't need no radiation pills. We'll be fine, we'll be fine. Man, this is filled up. Soon we're gonna start dumping in. It looks like the carbon skimmer keeps up with the 2 gens and the 2 smokers that we have. But it doesn't keep up with anything else. All the accumulated CO2 is too much for it. I wanted to also mop up this water when I can. Someone should be trying to do this. You pick the welcome in. I see you over there. Angry Pokies. Oh, we got the new smog slug. Nice. Nice, got the moppage. Alright, holding's mop now. Almost done, almost done. Everything's waiting. We got some new babies. We just gotta chill this down. It's priority, we just gotta wait. This is doing alright. CO2 skimmer to convert water into pea water. Good temperature is 60 degrees. We did build this out, so let's remove the insulator from there. And I want to run an automation line on that. Okay, 3 more. We have cobalt, right? We should have tons of it. Yeah, tons of cobalt. And we can reach up there, so what's happening now? Hopefully nothing weird's happening. Just a tile. Good, good. There we go. Alright. Mop up the nuclear waste. Pause. Run the connection. Okay. We're going to be adding in the ethanol now. So yeah, the ethanol is hot. 60 degrees. It should chill, though, the moment it gets inside the box. Minus 30. Yeah. And then we'll be able to chill this area and we'll be good. Let's move all this out. There should be 1 bubble we're just trying to do. So this should be good. We'll get the 1 bubble soon. Alright, should be good. Decon this. Move out the nuclear waste. Move out the chlorine. We're going to want the door there to separate the rooms for the bees. And then we're going to move the bees down. I believe they need a full day to grow the hive. The one thing I'm going to be curious about is if I need to give them 4 tile headspace. This should be cold enough that it shouldn't actually liquefy anymore. And then all we really want is get a vent line so that the CO2 could be chilled. This is just so low mass that it's no longer getting chilled by anything. Looks like the vacuum's here, though. Let's go. Shovel eggs. Even though I have considered eating the shovels, I probably don't want to. Okay, a lot of digging's being done. Alright, this is looking not bad. Alright, this guy, wrangle, relocate here. The other one's gonna grow into an adult, like, literally right now. And then since this is negative temp, we should be fine now. Turn on the AQ if everything is too warm. We just gotta wait for the guy. There it is. So we're hoping to get a beehive here. It's hoping to get a beehive. Okay, the other bee tiny is 2. Hey, buddy. So if he's cool, he will be able to start morphing here, right? It's not dying. He's hanging out. We're hoping he's gonna be cool. This guy is gonna... Oh, he's a new babies. He's gonna be on this side. The new tiny baby, and the adults are right there. Is there anything special I have to do with this guy? He's in his own room. 16, 15. Okay. Okay. Technically, the hive is a 2x3, so it should fit. And it's cold enough that it shouldn't be a problem. We just need them to morph into a hive. No, it can never hit 5 days old. At age 2, it becomes the beta that we see here. And then at the end of 5 days, it dies. The bee tiny, though, is able to morph into either the adult beta or an actual hive. It might be that I need to give them... No, CO2 makes them pass out. A vacuum should be fine. If this becomes an adult, I did something wrong. It should start morphing into one of these. It's already in its own room. The only thing is that it's in a vacuum. I don't know if that actually impacts it. It is gonna become an adult soon. Oh, there it is. At the same time. So this mature form, where they become a little cocoon, is meaning that it's a hive now. Let's go. Alright, so now that means we could seal this. They morph at night. Oh, wow. I wonder if that's how it's done in real life. Bees become... evolve at nighttime. It's like one of those Pokemon conditions, like how to get Umbreon. It becomes a thing where it's like, yeah, the Umbreon's gotta evolve at night, otherwise you won't get one. Dude, I used to invert my time so that I would always get an Umbreon in Pokemon. I would make it so that if I was playing at 3 p.m., it would be 3 a.m. And then I would play it on my way to school. So that 8 a.m. would be 8 p.m. The classic, man. Alright, so we're pretty much good. We're gonna seal this up. The thing is now is that... where can I build the vent? Anywhere here, huh? Let's remove this ladder. Yeah, they're gonna be nice adult hives now. So now we are gonna remove the pump because there's no bad gas inside. Remove the pump line, power line, sweep everything out. And then we're gonna start dumping high pressure vent here. Alright, CO2 is gonna be able to dump in. Okay, a lot of the items on the ground we want to sweep out. Just so that it doesn't get warm with anything inside. We will leave the abyssal line there for now. We might change it later because we're going to have to bop this and then reseal this. But I do want to be able to dump the CO2 into a feed like this. And then with that, CO2 is going to be solved. We have so much CO2. We have so much CO2. Pinch pepper nuts are working well. This area is hot. Oh, I never allowed phosphorus here. Allow manual use. So the fertilization's not happening for the Weezwort. Okay, we should let that rock. This is in. Oh, man. Alright, hopefully this works well. Minus 33, minus 37. Alright, it's coming in at 30 degrees. 33. And then immediately negative. Wow. 2 tiles is all it took. If not 1 tile. And it's immediately at the temperature of the water. Dude, that's so potent. Okay. Some of this is warm. It might be because of the doors. But the tile is keeping everything chill, so we should be alright. The doors are getting cold. The beehives are already at the fixed temperature. Now, it's not really going to matter too much. The bees are just going to be sleeping on the ground all day. Food supply low. We might actually just put critter feeders here with uranium. That feels so troll. I might just mine the uranium more and just put it here. Alright, so we just gotta wait for these guys to come out. And then they'll start doing the sleeping like this. Look at the little bees sleeping, satisfying, and consuming carbon dioxide. Good times. Omelette du fromage. We'll take that. Okay, good stuff. This is running. This is working. Oh, I never got the sensor here. This is a hydro sensor. This is going to allow us to start pumping the water into here once we have enough. Ice is melting. I shouldn't actually be worried about that. The Beetas are in, and it's a nice cold temperature. So they'll be able to deal with all the CO2 now. We have no worries with CO2 anymore. Good stuff, good stuff. We have a steam turbine oil source. We cool it from 326 to 124. And then this is self-cooling, so there's no maintenance. Literally free power. For free, baby. This has been here for 600 cycles. And I've never needed outside cooling. Literally 300 degrees spills because it's in a vacuum, and then all the heat is right here. And you can see it turns on every now and then. Self-cooling, self-taming setups are really nice. And that's exactly why we have that there. Now, once that gets cooled down, I could actually pump it. This liquid pump overheats at 275. So having a pump pumping it directly would eventually overheat. Right? And that's going to be the main reasoning. Pump is a little bit... Maybe it breaks, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, nice self-taming setup. This is not even connected. I need to just use the power, dude. What am I doing? Oh my god. I was like, why is there a freaking thing there that's telling me I messed something up? Oh, I didn't plug it in. Okay. What's going on, Fun? Welcome in. Hello, hello. How are you? 600 cycles like that? Well, I mean, yeah. Stop bringing that up, man. God damn it. I don't want to remember the days where I wore all black makeup and had the pale white skin, eyeliner on. I don't want to remember those days. Stop bringing it up, man. I see you over there. Alright, good stuff. There we go. The bees are hatching and the bees are sleeping. So the bees consume carbon dioxide at a rate of 100 grams per second. Each bee. So now we're dumping in CO2 so they could just consume it all day. And then that means I will eventually hook up this CO2 geyser into feeding that. Disappointed you don't have a carbon dioxide. This is right here. That's exactly what this is. Now, we could have done this with slicksters. And instead of an aqua tuner, you could run a tepodizer. Right? To heat up the CO2 instead. I wanted to feed the bees because I don't want the oil. Because we have a bunch of slickster babies right here waiting. And they're in a vacuum, so they're not heating up. But it was like, I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of don't want to do anything with these guys. Because then it's like, I have to do something with the oil afterwards. We already have enough oil right here. Dude, UK internet, man. I feel bad for the UK. In Path of Exile, they are constantly lagging. Every season, I see a post/GIF file of the bad lag that they have, and it's never been fixed. Feels bad for the UK, man. Somehow you guys have, like, really bad internet. My kitty cat's awake, he knows. It's time. Hold on, babies. Hold on. Stormorphous. I hope you're there, man. This comes out at 326 Celsius. My pump, even though it's made out of steel, overheats at 275. So I can't pump this up directly. So the logic is that I have this spill, and this is at 325, and that spills down a layer so that this layer cools down to 125 immediately, because that heats up the steam, and then the water drips on the left corner because we're going right to left. So you want the hottest part of the liquid vent to be opposite of where the pump is. So we're cooling this side so that it gets warmer as it goes to the right. And that cools it down so I could actually pump it up. We get free power, and then you see the radiant pipeline, self-cooling. It's hot at 98 degrees, but it's self-cooling. And this has been running for 800 cycles, so it's not going to break. So it's a easy tamer, no maintenance, no aqua tuner, no cooling. It kind of just maintains itself. And it just stabilizes the leaky oil fissure, because this is... What the hell is this? This is dormant? I have never seen this geyser dormant before. Hold up. I have never seen this dormant before. This runs 600 of 600. And then active period is 0.3 to 0.5. I've never seen this actually say dormant. Yeah, 11 seconds, true. I've just never seen that before, man. Maybe because it's Relica, maybe. It just looks weird. The turbine comes out at 95. Right there, 95. So it heats up to about 98. And that's balances out the heat that this gets from cooling down the oil. But yeah, nice design. It's enough to self-cool, yup. You could do it with leaky oil and also the hydrogen geyser, that's 500 Celsius. And I'd never seen this not erupt. That was so weird. Yeah, look at that. We get dormancy in 40 seconds. That looks super jank. It works though, I can't be mad. No, we don't need that there. Dude, look at my bees. They're just huffing the CO2, man. Right here, man, carbon dioxide. We're feeding the bees. This is at minus 55. And we're just putting it in so these guys could eat it all day. If that's not good, you do this build. You take CO2, we put it in the room, and we carbon skim. Carbon skimmer converts water to polluted water. So that allows you to effectively get free polluted water from a water source. So we have hot steam right here. We immediately cool it down into 95 by just running the turbine. And then just dump that into a skimmer. Oh no, bro. This is not good pattern because we're getting less than optimal packet size. Let me get my packet size up. Now, outside of that, it really depends what you want to do with the CO2. The CO2 is actually not enough heat to do anything in terms of power. You won't be able to heat up the water hot enough to run a steam turbine. And then you have to decide what you want to do with it. You could feed it to slicksters. That's typically what you do. If you have a hot CO2 vent, you literally just put it in the room with these guys, and they will eat it before it actually spawns and pressurizes. Because these guys will eat 20 kilograms a cycle per slickster. So I don't have a CO2 vent, but it's not going to give you that much in terms of like CO2 per eruption. So you really don't need a lot of like slicksters. You just need a little bit and they should be able to handle it. That's kind of the downside with the CO2 vent. It's not strong enough. No, dude, this broke again. Something is happening here that I don't know what. This has broken like 5 times this stream. Oh my god. I think I might know what it might be. No, that's not it. We're gonna have to fix this next time, boys. God damn it. This is broken so many times. And this is the only one that's breaking. The other ones are just chilling, dude. This one's chilling. That one's chilling. This one is chilling as well. I'm not sure what's breaking it, but it's getting broke. Oh, they grew wings, boys. Red Bull gives you wings. Guys, people of chat, this is gonna be where we wrap things up for the night. We will fix this next time for the 5th time today. Feels bad, man. Otherwise, though, the run's coming together. We got the CO2 dump now. We just dump all the CO2 inside. Most of the volcanoes are tamed, but not all of them. After we do that, we got to hook up the natty gas, which we'll do soon. Fix the cool slush vents. We got little plug slug babies. Free power, but we're not going to take it. And then we're going to take that natty gas as well. After that, we have a gold, CO2, hydrogen, a volcano. These two are probably going to be next. Very easy to tame these two. We just got to do some weird setups. And then fix this properly. I might actually opt to do a different design just because it keeps breaking and I don't know why it's breaking. I'm thinking it might have to do with the fact that sometimes you run out of power from the aqua tuner running, and the first thing of iron is so hot it leaves and it boils the water. The problem with that is that I'm not actually getting any debris from the salt water, or am I getting dirt? So I'm not sure if I'm boiling something and it just changes up how everything works. But it'd be looking real jank right now, man. But yo, people of chat, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Let's get that saving.